It is Cutdown Day in the NFL. Rosters have to be down to 53 by 4 p.m. today, and we've already got some reports for the Bills. Wide receivers KJ Hamler and Laviska Shenault, linebackers Eddie Ulofoshio and Jimmy Charlo, along with cornerback Dane Jackson and safety Derek Forrest, are already some of the names that have been released. The Bills have also announced they've activated center Cedric Van Pran-Granger off of PUP, so he will count towards the 53-man roster. And we'll get more on today when Sal Capaccio joins the show in just about an hour at 4 p.m. Some other notable cuts in the league. Former Bills wide receiver Robert Woods is being released from Pittsburgh. Former UB wide receiver KJ Osborne is being released from Washington. And the Saints, they have named their Week 1 starter, and it will be Spencer Rattler. Some other notes in the league as well. Former Bills corner Rasul Douglas is staying in the AFC East. He is signing with Miami, while Titans running back Tajay Spears is being placed on IR with a high ankle sprain. He will be out at least the first 4 games of the year. Bison's in action tonight. They're on the road versus Indianapolis. First pitch at 6:35. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. While the Jays, Yankees, and Mets all in action just after 7 o'clock. Toronto hosts the Twins. The Yankees have the Nationals in town, while the Mets host Philadelphia. And Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long, and visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
All right, what's the report from outside?
I was outside for maybe 3 minutes. I counted 8 Q-tips. It's got to be one person that just throws their Q-tips out the window when they're done using them in their cars.
It's Mike Schopp.
One person?
More than one person using Q-tips and throwing them outside?
I don't think I use 8 Q-tips in a year.
I think I've never used 8 Q-tips.
And the Bulldog.
What the hell is going on out there? I don't think I want to work in a place where people roll their windows down if they're using Q-tips for Lord knows what and just throw them on the ground.
Well, you do.
What, is it the 70s?
Oh, that's not very nice.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Driving on the highway 65 miles an hour. I get a little left in my soda from the fast food drive out the window. That was the 70s. Who gives an F about anything?
Throw a burrito out the window.
Nothing matters. 2025, what are you doing?
On WGR.
Throwing Q-tips out of your car.
Sports Radio 550.
Before the next time you go and say that this life of mine, ours, doesn't contribute to the world, let the record show, not once since that day have I seen a Q-tip out in the parking lot. Not a single one. Somebody stopped. I'd want to point the finger at somebody here, but I don't think I can. When I started here, we would have all kinds of, celebrities and different people come in and fill in and host shows. Now it's like my kids. It's Bulldog's son who's got I'm driving home from Louisville yesterday. I got Bulldog's son and my nephew. I just and Zach and Derek, regulars, but Thurman would come in and fill in. When I left, this is my favorite little bit of trivia about my last job at Adelphia, 2002, I guess it was. In radio, you have to, when you announce your plans to depart, they just kick you out. You don't get to do a swan song. You don't get to, whatever that means. You don't get to do goodbye, it's been fun, and take calls from people. And, of course, they're tearing up and you're not. You don't get to do that. They just, pack your stuff. And, as it happened for me, it was on a morning, and and I was on at 2:00. I think I'm going. And they're like, okay, handshake, go. Pack up quick, get out of here. And they needed to fill that shift. And the person that filled in for me the first day after I left was Marcel Dion, which is about as good a trivia question about my life as there possibly could be. They brought in Marcel Dion. I think he played records. I don't know, but Marcel Dion isn't dumping Q-tips. There's nobody who could be possibly a culprit, because either you're here all the time or we have different companies that work in the same building. It definitely was somebody else, but they must have heard. Cut it out. with the Q-tips. I guess I want to be cognizant of that the next time I go talking about things that are happening in the building. Well, it was a pleasure yesterday to listen to the guys on the Monday before the cuts, and it's all been interesting to speculate about. It's not over. We're still waiting on like Tyrell Shavers and what happens there. A couple of, relevant Bills decisions. Relevance the best I can do. The thing about today, I was listening to a podcast. I mean, it's a 9-hour drive each way. You're to listen to a lot of things. Listening to a podcast where somebody made a point about it was a host, a radio host, who's like, people forget about the human side of this. I don't forget. I think it would be the hardest thing about being Sean McDermott professionally, or Brandon Beane, would be to have, you're calling how many 20, 30 guys into your office and telling them that, the job isn't available. And, these guys are, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they're sweating for you. They're doing all the work every day. It's been like their life's dream is to play in the NFL. They're on the field in these preseason games. Like, it's real. It's right there. And then today's the day and the season is next week, and you call them in and say, nope. I think that would be the easily hardest thing about that job. Way harder than telling somebody, I think, I don't know, I have no experience at this, but telling somebody that has played for you and had an NFL career that you're moving on. Like telling Jordan Poyer that there's no room for you on the Bills anymore. Like, okay, well, that's probably very emotional, but he's made millions and he can't resent you. Like he shouldn't, maybe. Like, it's just different than telling somebody that's never played a down in the league for real and gotten a paycheck that they're not wanted. I think that would be the hardest thing. But I want to say this too, as somebody that for many, many years has built my opinions and sort of belief system from what the data tells you. Something that, speaking of working in my old job 24 years ago, whatever it is, like wasn't even really available then. It's hard for me to get into today from a business standpoint, not from a personal one. From a personal one, anybody can appreciate the stress and the sadness, whatever it is that goes into telling these guys, like, good luck to you, goodbye. But really, like, I can't. Tyrell Shavers again on Saturday with that catch sort of grew his profile with the fans. And especially, I want to say, you tell me if you think it's wrong. This is wrong, especially with fans who think the Bills are lacking at wide receiver, which is a lot of us. So now you have a guy that's flashing in the preseason, and he, was that his only target even last year? Went for a 69-yard touchdown against the Jets. Like maybe there's a difference maker there. And I've said about him, well, I kind of doubt it because he's been around for 2 years. And you could have said the same things about the Bills at wide receiver, at least last year, and they really never called him up. And, you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and you didn't have a uniform for him on game day. So are things different? He's not going to be higher up in the pecking order unless you've just really had misses above him. But is he a different player for some reason? I think this is the thing, I guess I didn't say it, this is the thing compared to a long time ago, not even really that long ago, actually, that's different because it's just it's hard for me to think that if the Bills lost Matt Milano for the year, just hypothetically, that the season should go any differently than it will. And I know that to a lot of people, that's just ridiculous, right? It's almost sacrilegious. How could you say that? He's been great. He's a starter. I don't deny that. We had it. He missed most of the year from the injury in London. And, the Bills won the AFC East and won a playoff game. Like, it's just, it isn't, this is a thing that if you live in a world that sort of is built around evidence and numbers and data and, evidence that is hard to deny. There's not a single player on the Bills other than Josh Allen that if you took him off the Bills would mean a single thing to their betting odds. A single thing. Who's the second most important guy? Dawkins? Who even is it? Benford? Whoever it is, whoever you think it is. If you took him off the Bills, they'd be minus 250 to win the AFC East still. They'd be minus or plus 700 to win the Super Bowl still. It wouldn't matter. And if you deconstruct that and you don't stare at the data or don't, care about it, whatever, you shun it, then you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Everybody's important. Sure. A week ago when I was sitting here, Chenault was important. Oh, he's good. He returns kicks, and now he's returning punts, and he's done this and this, and he was a good college player. Gone. It's not going to matter, until it does, right? Until you get somebody that defies the history when it comes to that, and that happens. And then, I guess, in my position, you say, well, that's the randomness of it all. That's going to happen. And nobody in the room that are making these decisions is going to, basically cop to that because they all want to think that they have some control over it. And, sometimes that can happen. There are these stories. But if the Bills cut, I don't really want them to. I think he's kind of interesting, Shavers. If the Bills were to cut him, they would replace him with somebody who's very likely to be the same. Not in body type or style or anything or name, but somebody who's likely to be as likely to produce as he is. And that all leads, it's not fun. It's not more fun this way. I signed for that when I started, looking at all this way. But it's just more realistic. It's more pragmatic. And it takes a little bit out of today. I'm curious about today for somebody gets cut here or somewhere else and another team moves in. Like if Jacksonville were to divest of Tank Bigsby or somebody like that. All right, well, what happens to him? Then the opportunity's different, and maybe you have a different conversation about the player. But it's really just, I think, a pragmatic attitude about how this all works. This is really the whole world. This is not the whole world, but this is a lot of things in life that didn't used to be. I mean, was it more fun? Yes. To watch a baseball game and with a friend and sit there at every opportunity and ask each other whether the guy should bunt here. Sure, that was more fun. Strategy is fun. Should I do that? Is that the right play? And we didn't know anything about win probability and expected runs and all these things. So that was a fun conversation. We were in the dark. I mean, that was maybe better. Maybe this is true of a lot of things in life outside of sports. Maybe it's not. I like evidence. I like to know, not to think I know. We used to think, no offense, Owen, we used to think that if you wanted to win in hockey, you had to have an elite goalie. Then 20 years went by and 20 Antti Niemis won cups. And okay, well, whoops. I mean, I thought maybe, well, you don't need an elite goalie. You need a goalie who's elite at the time. And that's not really predictable, or at least easily. It's almost impossible. So there's all kinds of things. In basketball, we used to think, I need my mid-range jumpers. And then basketball went, wait a minute. If I shoot from a little bit further out, I get 3 points. And from there, I get 2. And my odds of making the 3-point shot are 35%. And my mid-range odds are 50. I'm going to do the math, right? That's what it is. Do the math. So I'm getting a little carried away. But it isn't going, it's interesting to a point. It isn't going to tell us anything about meaningfully how this ends. There's one thing. This is depressing, right? I mean, I'm admitting that to you. There's one thing. One. Name a second. There's one thing about the Bills that will matter toward winning that Super Bowl? Does Josh Allen play? If he does, we're live. If he doesn't, we're not. Like, there's just, right? A little bit depressing, a little bit sort of like existentially, what is this? But it's true. I mean, I think, is there anything else that would matter? There's this, I guess. This reminds me, speaking of like talking about other sports for these kind of things, this reminds me of when, a lot of these things that came, bunting and the shift and, in football, graduating from passing is less than because 2 of the 3 things that can happen are bad, like we should say in the 70s, to, okay, well, no, maybe this is better. There are these kind of hurdles that there are to clear. And one of them over the years in baseball was clutch. We used to have one of the things you romanticize about sports, one of the things you like about sports and sports talk is this guy's clutch. What did we find out? What did people who actually wanted to know find out? There's not really any clutch. What there is failure in the clutch, pressure, choking. Choking is a real thing. Like if I get scared, I'm up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and 2 on, and I'm down by 1 run, and I get scared. Not something you'd necessarily expect from a professional, but I get scared and I swing at a pitch in the dirt and we lose. You can blow it, but you're not going to be better at driving that pitch into the gap 2 outs, 2 on in the bottom of the 9th than you would be in the first inning. Like we've proven that. It's fun to think about somebody like rising, and natural randomness in life is going to give you guys that are better in those situations and some that are worse, and maybe those people that are worse are not scared, but there's just it's whatever it is. You've got closers, you've got all kinds of different variables. But that's one where, all right, well, there's really no way to go up, but I can go down. This is drafting, I think, in sports, where who's really better at it? People talk about Philadelphia's guy, Roseman. I'm not sure so much he's exactly better at drafting. He's good, and he has been able to find ways through trades and how they build contracts to find an edge in the league. There's no doubt about that he's done. But is he better than anybody else? He and another GM are standing side by side. Is he better than the other guy at predicting that prospect's career? No. But the other guy might be Matt Millen, who was, maybe that's not even that good of an example, but he's sort of who I think of for GM that just got ridiculed all the time. You can be more likely to get it wrong. Maybe if you or I are in that standing next to Howie Roseman or even Brandon Beane, and we're trying to predict, I don't know a sliver as much as those guys do. Maybe you'd be the same. We'd, more likely get it wrong. I think you can get it wrong sort of consistently, but getting it right consistently is really tough. And I think, with a lot of these kind of decisions with the Bills or any team, how many of these 50-50 balls, how many of these fringe roster decisions can you really hit a home run with? What you're trying to do is keep it on the road when it comes to these positions, not get got, if you will, at position groups, too thin, not enough talent, whatever it is. The secondary, so I will say again, I don't think taking any one non-Josh Allen player off the Bills does a lot for their chances of winning. But what they want, they're not going to put that way. What I think the Bills want, this is maybe obvious, to avoid is having a position group that's just really done in. And there is just no escape. That's the secondary. I think if there's any position group on the Bills where it's a little bit scary, what other than something changing with Josh Allen is going to really affect this season? I mean, I don't know. You could have a rash of injuries. Why is it a rash of injuries? Like a rash. You could have injuries, offensive line or something, like the opposite of last year happens, and you're down 3 starters because that happens in football. Then, you could be in trouble. And there's not that much a team can do about that. But I think in the secondary going into today and then week 1, I mean, obviously, we're not sure of what they've got. Not that sure about Bishop. There can at least be some question about what he is. Obviously, you have Trey White hurt, and what was he anyway? And then you have Hairston, and Dane Jackson is being cut, and there is some turmoil there. So that's something that really is definitely worth watching when it comes to the Bills. Does Tyrell Shavers making the team mean anything? What would it be if it did? Like if they kept Shavers, which I was in Kentucky, but Indiana. Somehow the Kentucky Fantasy Football State Championships are held in Indiana. I don't know. I went through Louisville. It was super cool to look at. There were like 5 bridges. Then I took one. It was Indiana. And then I drove another 20 minutes to a casino, and that was kind of like the whole weekend. So I didn't exactly see. I can't really comment on Louisville. I like the bridges. It looked cool. I've heard good things. But, Saturday night, Shavers makes another great play, and, Tyrell Shavers. Okay, what does it mean if he makes it? What is it going to mean? Does he actually play against Baltimore? Does he play 20 snaps against Baltimore on offense? Does he play 5? Like, what does he do against Baltimore? Are they playing him over Coleman? No. Are they playing him over Palmer? What do they do? Shakir is back. Kincaid exists. Knox. They're going to run it all the time. 6 linemen. What does he actually do? You want him because what? If I have an injury or two, then I've got, you can have that anyway. There are receivers all over the league that are being cut today that are like on or even above his level. So you can easily have that anyway. KJ Hamler, who was being cut reportedly by the Bills, is somebody that is, to me, kind of the same thing. So I don't know. I just can't, if I'm going to be honest with you, which I always am, I can't get myself to a point where I wanted to sit here and talk about why this is really important. Because I don't think it is. It's interesting, and I'll say again, because I don't want this point to be ignored, that on a personal level, it's huge. I mean, I'm not friends with any of these people, but I can appreciate what the anxiety is in this next 45 minutes when they don't know. I know Ross Tucker has said they don't tell you if you've made the team. So if you have, you just sit there wherever in your truck. They all have trucks. You just sit there in your truck staring at the phone, or maybe trying not to do that and hoping it doesn't ring. Or if it does, that you get a text and you look and it's just from your girlfriend or something. They don't tell you that you've made it. So it's got to be super stressful for anybody on the fringe, and that's a lot of players. Sal will join me at 4, and we'll talk about either what has happened or what could. I feel like I talked to Sal this morning, what are you going to know at 4 o'clock? That's kind of our usual time when we need, want to get Sal on or a guest. And, he said 4 would be best. And I don't know if we're going to have a list by then or just what. Seems to me a lot of times we don't. But, we'll just work with what we've got at 4, and then maybe there'll be updates after that. 803-0550 for your thoughts on Cutdown Day. If you're like me, you're much more, I have to say much more. Yeah, I didn't misspeak. You're much more keyed in on week 1. And in the Bills' case, the Ravens, how to beat them, how to win games, how to win a championship for once. All those kinds of things where I don't know that today's news is going to mean a lot toward that. So I'm happy to talk about either. Again, 803-0550 is the number. Bulldog is off this week. I'm Mike Schopp. This is WGR. listening to a podcast where somebody made a point about it was a host, a radio host, who's like, people forget about the human side of this. I don't forget. I think it would be the hardest thing about being Sean McDermott professionally, or Brandon Beane, would be to have, you're calling how many 20, 30 guys into your office and telling them that, the job isn't available. And, these guys are, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they're sweating for you. They're doing all the work every day. It's been like their life's dream is to play in the NFL. They're on the field in these preseason games. Like, it's real. It's right there. And then today's the day and the season is next week, and you call them in and say, nope. I think that would be the easily hardest thing about that job. Way harder than telling somebody, I think, I don't know, I have no experience at this, but telling somebody that has played for you and had an NFL career that you're moving on. Like telling Jordan Poyer that there's no room for you on the Bills anymore. Like, okay, well, that's probably very emotional, but he's made millions and he can't resent you. Like he shouldn't, maybe. Like, it's just different than telling somebody that's never played a down in the league for real and gotten a paycheck that they're not wanted. I think that would be the hardest thing. But I want to say this too, as somebody that for many, many years has built my opinions and sort of belief system from what the data tells you. Something that, speaking of working in my old job 24 years ago, whatever it is, like, wasn't even really available then. It's hard for me to get into today from a business standpoint, not from a personal one. From a personal one, anybody can appreciate the stress and the sadness, whatever it is that goes into telling these guys, like, good luck to you. Goodbye.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When every day life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life.
That is Tyrell Shavers. Do you feel, as somebody, if you are this person that really studies up on today, cuts, roster depth, who should make it, who shouldn't, that Shavers is even a sure thing to make it? That's what Saturday night read like. But, we can be a little quick to that. Receiver makes a play. We like that guy. But he did have a few nice moments in the preseason, and he's been around, and it's sensible. It's reasonable to think that he might make the cut. I don't know what he's weighing in at now. Pro Football Reference has him at 6'4", 211. He's probably still 6'4". 211, that's probably a number from last year. He says he's put on weight. We will see what happens today. It didn't happen for KJ Hamler. There could still be practice squad, and there will for some of these guys. It didn't happen for Laviska Shenault. Today is, you have it sometimes through the bigger insider types, or sometimes through names you don't know as well. But if a player like Dane Jackson or somebody, a player is going to be cut, the agent, the player wants that known right away, so other teams that are making plans can find out. If somebody wants Dane Jackson, they find out at 10 in the morning, it was around then maybe, that he was being released. It gives them a big jump on picking up that player. So the player's interest would be in having the news come out as early as possible. That said, I don't know exactly how the Bills go about their day today. Like, is it some guys they just tell them early because they know, and others, are there more conversations throughout the afternoon? Do they use the whole time? I mean, I don't think that they would have to. They would maybe need a lot of time to get the word out to everybody, to call everybody in and have those conversations. That wouldn't happen like everybody goes into an auditorium or something and finds out that they're being cut. It would be, more personal than that. But I wonder how they stagger those conversations, if they do, if that's the right word for it. 803-0550 if you want to join me talking about the cuts today, and some of the bigger stuff, like how the season is going to go. Is there, it's still over a week and a half, and I think this is going to vary. A lot of you fans are on to week one, on to Baltimore, have been for a long time. Kind of the way the Bills and a lot of teams now, most if not all teams now, handle the preseason, where they're just trying to get through it. And so myself as a fan, I'm also just trying to get through it. We have the job of talking about it all the time. I'm thinking about week one constantly. I'm trying to figure out lineups. I've got 50 lineups to put in. I mean, that's a lot. It's a heavy lift. So thinking about the regular season, that's definitely where I'm at. And I think, though, there are a lot of fans who are more casual about it that will get through Labor Day. Next weekend, holiday weekend, beginning of the school year, no NFL, college, even Sunday, some, big games next weekend, but no NFL to chew on. Then we get back here in a week after the holiday, and it's full on. Ross Tucker, point spreads, fantasy, lineups, matchups, keys to the game, all that kind of stuff, returns, just like all at once. Calendar flips from August to September, and we go. So, maybe you're more casual about that than, say, I am. I don't want to sound like I'm completely checked out, because I'm not. I'm not huge on cuts, but I'm so ready to talk about games. And as we have another Bills season where, it's just kind of all or nothing. This is a few in a row. Ask yourself if this ended up being true about last year. It's a lot to say. It's not fun to look at it this way, Super Bowl or bust. But that's where we're at, isn't it? I mean, that's what last year was, and we could have said it and probably did last year, but it feels like such a high bar. Not impossible to clear, but obviously not easy. That, it can take, I think we spent more time on this last year than this year, sort of like navigating the season emotionally, if you will, just when a championship is all that's left, you can end up taking for granted a lot of really fun days, and that sort of loses the plot, right? We're here for the whole thing. This year you have the added element of the closing of the stadium, which I think will really resonate this year. I think there'll be a lot of conversation, and there has been enough already, about just what, only had the one preseason game here, but what this year will feel like. A lot of people, especially, of course, those who don't go to most games or all the games as season ticket holders, you go out there once or twice and you feel like this might be the last time I'm here. And that'll really get interesting late when you've got the potential for playoff games. There's always the same kind of drama as we get these last few years in recent weeks, or rather the last weeks of the season in recent years, where you just don't know, if it's going to be home games or if it's one or more than one. And with the added element of the stadium closing, that'll be even sort of more top of mind this year. Let's go to Mike here. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
What's up?
So while we're on the subject here, I just want to tell you how I personally feel. I feel like I'm not even really looking forward to this regular season. I just want to get to January. And unfortunately, that's the place I feel like a lot of Bills fans are at since the run they've been on, because they haven't gotten it done yet. And I truly feel like that 13 seconds game, that's like something that's just going to stick with this organization until they get it done. But I just feel like that dark cloud, whether fans are upset with McDermott or Beam for whatever small reason, I feel like it's all rooted back to 13 seconds. Because I find myself the same way too. Even the roster management, I called last week and I said something about being in the roster management. And thinking about it, it probably didn't make much sense with what I said, but I just feel like my frustration just really roots back to 13 seconds. And then, then the Bengals game, and then, everything that happened therefore after. But the 13-second thing is, I feel like it's just something that's going to always be on their back and keeps fans constantly on McDermott and Bean for even the littlest thing, because the frustration links back to that. I don't know if you got that same sense or not or what, but I'm just saying how I personally feel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike. You're certainly, you have a lot of company. I know Bulldog says the same thing a lot, like that from the very day that it happened. That game will haunt them until they win. It's really a matter of how you want to look at it. I don't want to be dragged around by that. It's one thing to feel like these seasons are defined by the playoffs, but I don't want to be so resigned to that I just can't enjoy any of it until they win because of what happened 4 years ago. I don't know. Wide right defined this franchise, and you could say still does, and that's 35 years ago. But it depends on how you want to look at it. I think I'll just say this: if you are a team like this that has made the playoffs 6 years in a row and won the division, home playoff game or games 5 years in a row, whatever your closest loss is going to be the one that you think about the most, because that's as close as you got. And, last year isn't that different than 13 seconds. Both were back and forth games in Kansas City. Last year, you had the ball with a chance to win and couldn't. And, 13 seconds is in a class of its own for how close you really were to winning that game. I'm not saying they're the same, but it's just the close calls. It's just sort of natural, right? The close calls are the ones that will haunt you until you win. And then, good news, when you win, who cares? You got to beat this Kansas City team in one of these playoff games once, or else that's what's going to stick forever. It's 13 seconds, but it's 4 times in 5 years. In the Adams division days, the Sabres didn't succumb to the Bruins or the Canadians that often. It wasn't always the same team. It's 4 times in 5 years. Once at home, 13 seconds last year, and then the first one, again, 1 game away from the Super Bowl. So, you can allow yourself to get dragged around by 13 seconds or not, really. I don't think the players think like the fans. And I think we should be happy about that. I doubt Bills players are ever thinking about that game. Really, like I don't think you can really succeed as a pro athlete if you're somebody like how I am and just living off these, past results and stats and like what's already happened. I love all that stuff, but I wouldn't be good for that job because I'm not really in the moment as often as I would need to be. I think players sort of are conditioned to not look back, just I'll look back when it's over. Thanks, Mike. Here's Bob next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, what's up, Mike and Bulldog? How are you?
What's up? I'm fine.
I'm just hearing a lot of, we're stressing about the postseason already. Let's enjoy this regular season. We're spoiled, right? I remember being a fan in the 90s, and, that was the best of times. So, let's just enjoy the ride. Yes, Bulldog, you made a great point. We have to get over the hump on the Chiefs. But in the end, this team is, in its own way, setting history for the city. And, I'm all about it. So, we do have to worry about the Chiefs. And do we have the roster to beat them this year? I don't know. But I'm just optimistic about the season. So, that's where I'm at.
Very good. Thanks, Bob. Here's Bill next. Hi, Bill.
How you doing, Mike?
Okay.
I just want to bring up last weekend with Tommy Fleetwood. It kind of reminds me of the 13-second thing. I'm a big fan of Tommy Fleetwood. And, 164 tournaments, including a lot of majors on U.S. soil, and couldn't get it done. And everybody was pulling for him. I watched that whole Sunday just cheering for the guy. And I'm not a Bills fan, but I'm cheering for the Bills because they've been at the top for a while. They deserve another crack at it. It's hard to get over those things that happen to you. But right now, the Bills are Tommy Fleetwood, and I'm pulling for them.
Yeah, cool. He had some long streak of not winning in the States. He's won World Tour events, and then he won yesterday. And I believe in that. We have lots of football examples of that, too. I am not somebody who thinks the Bills have some structural deficit that means they literally cannot ever win in a playoff game with Kansas City or a Super Bowl. I just do not subscribe to that. Or even worse and more ridiculous, like some sort of a curse. That's not me. You haven't won until you did. You haven't won until you do. And so that's Fleetwood, I guess. That's Manning's Colts. That's Andy Reid. That's lots of athletes and coaches and teams over the years. No doubt. Mike Schopp here, Sal at 4. This is WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella, stop me on
something about being in the roster management. Thinking about it, it probably didn't make much sense with what I said, but I just feel like my frustration just really roots back to 13 seconds. And then, then the Bengals game, and then, everything that happened therefore after. But the 13-second thing is, I feel like it's just something that's going to always be on their back and keeps fans constantly on McDermott and being for even the littlest thing because the frustration links back to that. I don't know if you got that same sense or not or what, but I'm just saying how I personally feel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike. You're certainly, you have a lot of company. I know Bulldog says the same thing a lot, like that from the very day that it happened. That game will haunt them until they win. It's really a matter of how you want to look at it. I don't want to be dragged around by that. It's one thing to feel like these seasons are defined by the playoffs, but I don't want to be so resigned to that I just can't enjoy any of it until they win because of what happened 4 years ago. I don't know. Wide right defined this franchise, and all you could say still does, and that's 35 years ago. But it depends on how you want to look at it. I think I'll just say this: if you are a team like this that has made the playoffs 6 years in a row and won the division, home playoff game or games, 5 years in a row, whatever your closest loss is going to be the one that you think about the most because that's as close as you got. And, last year isn't that different than 13 seconds. Both were back and forth games in Kansas City. Last year, you had the ball with a chance to win and couldn't. And, 13 seconds is in a class of its own for, how close you really were to winning that game. I'm not saying they're the same. But it's just the close calls. It's just sort of natural, right? The close calls are the ones that will haunt you until you win. And then, good news. When you win, who cares? Listening to a podcast where somebody made a point about it was a host, a radio host, who's like, people forget about the human side of this. I don't forget. I think it would be the hardest thing about being Sean McDermott professionally, or Brandon Beane, would be to have, you're calling how many 20, 30 guys into your office and telling them that, the job isn't available. And, these guys are, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they're sweating for you. They're doing all the work every day. It's been like their life's dream is to play in the NFL. They're on the field in these preseason games. Like, it's real. It's right there. And then today's the day and the season is next week, and you call them in and say, nope. I think that would be the easily hardest thing about that job. Way harder than telling somebody, I think, I don't know, I have no experience at this, but telling somebody that has played for you and had an NFL career that you're moving on. Like telling Jordan Poyer that there's no room for you on the Bills anymore. Like, okay, well, that's probably very emotional, but he's made millions and he can't resent you. Like he shouldn't, maybe. Like, it's just different than telling somebody that's never played a down in the league for real and gotten a paycheck that they're not wanted. I think that would be the hardest thing. But I want to say this too, as somebody that for many, many years has built my opinions and sort of belief system from what the data tells you. Something that, speaking of working in my old job 24 years ago, whatever it is, wasn't even really available then. It's hard for me to get into today from a business standpoint, not from a personal one. From a personal one, anybody can appreciate the stress and the sadness, whatever it is that goes into telling these guys, good luck to you. Goodbye.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on.
Welcome back. I'm Mike Schopp. Bulldog is off this week. Sal will join me 10 to 15 minutes from now. No official announcement of cuts. Sal has again pointed out today that in recent years, it's been well past 4 p.m. where the Bills have made any announcement. So we've got a few reports today, but not the official list. I doubt that'll change in the next 10 minutes, but who knows? Let's go to Roy next. Hi, Roy.
Hey, how you doing there, Mike?
I'm fine, thanks.
I just got one thing to address here. Okay. Everybody's talking about we got to get over the hump beating the Chiefs. For the last 2 years, we played them in the regular season, and we beat them in the regular season. Now, we can beat them. I think a lot of the question is, can we stay healthy in January when it really counts? Now, another thing, the year before last, there was a few mistakes on coaching, as far as possession and all of that. Should we have gone for it on fourth down, or should we have just have punted it? Well, that happens in just about any game. We can all Monday morning quarterback that whole thing. But we do have the talent. We have had the talent. We have beat them twice. I think if we can just keep our team as healthy as we can,
Now, I realize this year we have problems in our secondary as far as a few. I don't think they're season-ending injuries, but I do think that if we can rest these guys, even if we lose on week 1, the season ain't over yet. We want to get these guys as healthy as we can and get the strongest team as we can in January. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's always true. I mean, the Bills, I don't think, lost in Kansas City last year because of injuries. The year before was more that was more the story in the game at home. Of course you want to be healthy. What that point does for me, and you did say something about coaching there in the middle, but the common thread in the 4 losses to Kansas City, and they've beaten them in the regular season 4 years in a row, not even just 2. The common thread is clear. They have not gotten Patrick Mahomes off the field. Period. It's not injuries. It's not Josh Allen. I mean, it is that in 4 games against the Bills in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes has pretty much been perfect. And last year that's even more maddening because that Chiefs team was a disaster on offense all season. They were not good at all. Then the Bills walked in for the AFC Championship and the Chiefs did whatever they wanted. That's it. Like, injuries are always an excuse. It happens. It's real, but it's not over the span of 5 years or even 6 why the Bills have lost. Would you prefer to have everybody healthy? Of course. But it's not why they haven't won. Why they haven't won is that in those games, Mahomes has it's been a cakewalk for him. Whether it's pressure or coverage or scheme or anything else. They have not intercepted him once in those 4 games. He has 1 fumble last year, which led to the Chiefs being a -1 in that game. The Bills were always winning the turnovers and almost always winning games. And finally, I guess it's the Kansas City effect. They did win the turnovers and still lost the game. So that's what has gotten them beat. And, what is this all to say? Oh, Patrick Mahomes? I mean, we're not talking about Tommy DeVito here. Yeah, that's right. But that's what it takes. You have an elite quarterback too, and we're 0-4 in those 4 games. And you don't have stat lines from Josh Allen that look messy at all. Maybe the first year a little bit. I don't even remember. But, they have not gotten it done defensively against him. And that the game in Buffalo was the least of the 4 for volume from Mahomes. But they were like 9 yards a play. Like, they didn't even need to rack up, whatever. I think he might have thrown 25 passes in that game, something like that. But it was 9 yards a play. That's the bottom line when it comes to the playoff history. Sal Capaccio next. This is Mike Schopp on WGR.
Could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all
something about being in the roster management. And thinking about it, I mean, it probably didn't make much sense with what I said, but I just feel like my frustration just really roots back to 13 seconds. And then, then the Bengals game, and then, everything that happened therefore after. But the 13-second thing is, I feel like it's just something that's going to always be on their back and keeps fans constantly on McDermott and Bean for even the littlest thing, because the frustration links back to that. And I don't know if you got that same sense or not or what, but I'm just saying how I personally feel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike. You're certainly, you have a lot of company. I know Bulldog says the same thing a lot, like that from the very day that it happened. That game will haunt them until they win. It's really a matter of how you want to look at it. I mean, I don't want to be dragged around by that. It's one thing to feel like these seasons are defined by the playoffs, but I don't want to be so resigned to that I just can't enjoy any of it until they win because of what happened 4 years ago. I mean, I don't know. Wide right defined this franchise, and you could say still does, and that's 35 years ago. But it depends on how you want to look at it. I think I'll just say this: if you are a team like this that has made the playoffs 6 years in a row and won the division, home playoff game or games 5 years in a row, whatever your closest loss is going to be the one that you think about the most, because that's as close as you got. And, last year isn't that different than 13 seconds. Both were back and forth games in Kansas City. Last year, you had the ball with a chance to win and couldn't. And, 13 seconds is in a class of its own for, how close you really were to winning that game. I'm not saying they're the same, but it's just the close calls. It's just sort of natural, right? The close calls are the ones that will haunt you until you win. And then, good news, when you win, who cares?
Coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
The NFL roster cutdown deadline has passed as teams get their rosters down to 53. We'll continue to get reports throughout the afternoon, and we've already gotten some before the deadline for the Bills. Wide receiver KJ Hamler and Laviska Shenault, linebackers Eddie Ulofoshio and Jimmy Charlo, along with cornerback Dane Jackson and safety Derek Forrest, are just some of the names that have already been released. And the Bills, they have also announced they've activated center Cedric Van Pran Granger off of PUP. He will count towards the 53-man roster. And we'll get more on today. Sal Capaccio joins the show next. Some other notable cuts in the league: former Bills wide receiver Robert Woods being released from Pittsburgh, and former UB wide receiver KJ Osborne is being released from Washington. And then some non-cut news around the league: the Saints have named their starting quarterback. It is going to be Spencer Rattler, while former Bills corner Rasul Douglas, he's staying in the AFC, so he's going to sign with Miami. And Titans running back Tajay Spears, he's being placed on IR with a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss at least the first 4 games. While in baseball, Bison's in action tonight. They're on the road versus Indianapolis. First pitch at 6:35. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. While the Jays, Yankees, and Mets all in action just after 7 o'clock. Toronto hosts the Twins. The Yankees have the Nationals in town, and the Mets host Philadelphia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yanks and Nationals, I watched a little bit of that last night. In fact, I was there right on time. It didn't work. I got home from Louisville like 6-something, 7 o'clock game, right on time. And I heard them say in like the first inning maybe that it was Hamilton night. It's like all their graphics had players dressed up like characters from Hamilton. And then in the second inning, they had 2 of the actors, including Christopher Jackson, who my wife is very fond of. He was the original George Washington from Hamilton. Like, okay, hey, look, Christopher Jackson's like, okay. And then they mentioned how that he sang the national anthem at the game. Like, oh, this she would like to see. I would like to see this. But they don't show the anthem. I don't know. Maybe that's good or bad. They just don't. Is it always the case? Like, how many broadcasts anymore, like NFL games, you usually don't see the national anthem, right? But they sort of got me into it. Here's Christopher Jackson. It's Hamilton night. He sang the anthem. Oh, cool. Well, you had to go search it, which I'm sure you could have done. I could have done. Just it was not a part of the Yes broadcast, unless it was like before 7 o'clock. I missed it if it was. What a sad story. Sal Capaccio now on the Wester Hotline. He never misses anything Yankees. So I'm guessing you were there for the whole thing last night. Just a guess.
No, I checked in on it last night. I was down in Olean last night. I was at the Coaches versus Cancer dinner on Sunday. I'm the MC for that. Played golf on Monday, and then we had another awards and hors d'oeuvres and things like that last night, little dinner as well. So I actually listened to a lot of the game on the radio on my drive home from Olean last night, and I heard a couple of home runs, so that was cool.
It wasn't on at this benefit? The Yankee game wasn't shown in the banquet hall. Okay, I guess that's reasonable.
No, it was at a country club in the dining area of the country club.
I see.
No, it was not being shown right there.
Well, it's not a first that here we are at 4 o'clock on Cutdown Day when the deadline's 4 o'clock and we don't really know yet. Could happen that it gets popped right when we're talking. What do you make of what we do know?
I think that, going through, I'm trying to keep track of everything. And honestly, Mike, as we sit here, like things could happen, right? And we have to talk about it and I'll let you know. But as I'm kind of piecing through this, looks like there's only maybe 7 spots or so that need to be filled by the Bills. So we'll see where that goes. And I'm reading Joe Biscaglia now. He just tweeted that Tylon Grable is going to be on IR to begin the season. So that means, that's that spot. I thought that would be Cedric Van Pran Granger on PUP. Did not count him on IR. So that will be a kind of a 1-for-1 for me. So I don't really have to go too deep into what I thought about the O-line. I had a 53-man projected roster, and so far that's really the only thing that's changed is I had Cedric Van Pran Granger going on to PUP, but it looks like Tylon Grable will go on to the IR instead of that being happening. So that means the Bills will start with 9 O-linemen, which is kind of their norm on what they do. And what I make of what's happened so far has been basically kind of expected. I guess that's the word I would use.
Mm-hmm. Let's hit a couple of these guys that have been reported released. Charlo, the linebacker. Mm-hmm. You were, positive about him, I would say. I think anyway, listening to you talk over the span of camp. But was he always a long shot?
Yeah, I mean, but he really didn't show up to camp until pretty late, like right before the Giants game, I think, is when he played. I was positive on the way he played, but I've definitely never suggested he would make the 53.
Okay.
In fact, I've said pretty much this is the perfect guy to put on the practice squad. He's a guy that's going to do exactly what you tell him to do and coach him to do. He's an Army West Point graduate. I love that. He's going to be disciplined and understand how to be coached. He's going to want to be a team player all the way. There's just never a spot for him. Never. Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, Dorian Williams, Joe Andreessen, Shaq Thompson, could never see him cracking the linebacker lineup. The only way you could make a case for him would be to play primary special teams, but even then, I think there's just too many other guys that you'd have to have around the roster. So I like Jimmy Charlo and his chances to be on the practice squad, and then who knows, maybe through the year you get an elevation for hard work and having a spot, and you get a nice little game check, but never a guy that I thought would crack the 53.
One guy that, not exactly the opposite, but I remember Bulldog last week putting up that we really haven't talked about this player at all, is Derek Forrest, veteran safety who had been with Washington. Reportedly, he's on his way out, too. Does that really surprise you?
No, didn't have him on my 53, but I would tell you that if we did this exercise back in May, I might have had him because I thought that they signed him to be a guy on the team. And then DeMar Hamlin comes along, and you think, okay, well, they kind of did that, and it was okay last year. He started, but you need better. Well, I think it's trending towards really the Bills keeping 4 safeties, 5 if you count Cam Lewis. Or Jordan Hancock, however you want to do it. But Taylor Rapp, Cole Bishop, DeMar Hamlin, and then Jordan Hancock and Cam Lewis can both be safety and nickel. So I think that's, you always had one spot that was going to not be there. To me, it was pretty much between Forrest and Hamlin the entire training camp. And from everything that I've seen, it's always been kind of DeMar Hamlin over him.
Okay. Receivers, KJ Hamler, Laviska Shenault. Shenault was getting, plenty of work in the return game, but reportedly, again, both guys are on the way out. Thoughts?
Yeah, and listen, Mike, I think that when we talk about return game, it's always a discussion. I think you have to parse kick return and punt return, right? I mean, they're not the same thing. They're two different skill sets, and they're two different things that the Bills think about and want guys for. Now, since the beginning, we've said, and I've made the point many times, Laviska Shenault has never returned a single punt in the NFL or in college in a regular season game. He does have an actual punt return to his credit for a touchdown in college because he picked up a teammate's fumble and he ran it in.
Yep.
But he has never actually caught and fielded a punt in an NFL or college game. They did it with him one time during a Bills preseason game. It was never, to me, looking like he was going to be a guy that they would put back there. Why? Because the Bills want to have a guy back there that they can trust and they can rely on to make good decisions, and that was always Brandon Codrington to me, unless someone else could really just kind of blow them away. The only options to me would not be Shenault. It would be either Elijah Moore or KJ Hamler. Even Curtis Samuel actually did it in college a little bit. But, even those guys, it was never, they would have to really outrank Codrington. And no one on this roster ever outranked Codrington for me as far as a return man. Kick returns is different. That is Shenault's specialty. He can do that. It's also something that Brandon Codrington can do very well, actually. Had some good numbers last year. It's also something they have Ty Johnson for, and they have Ray Davis for. So the only way Shenault was ever going to make this team, there were 2 ways, really. Number one was, oh, my God, he's so unbelievable at kick returns. We just cannot not have him on the roster. He's got to be able to do that for us. Or, boy, he can really help us on offense. So, you know what? Let's keep him on the team because he can also then help us at kick return. And just those two things just never materialized for him. So maybe you get him back in the practice squad. We'll see where it goes. And maybe you have a guy that you can use in a pinch on offense and as a kick returner on game day if something were to happen to somebody who you earmarked for that spot.
Looks like, by the way, that Sean Dolak from UB made the Rams.
Yeah, I love it. Love it for him. And look, I know people are very up in arms about it. I hear from Bills fans all the time. Can't believe the Bills blew it. They should have drafted Sean Dolak. Well, he went 7 rounds, 32 teams. No one drafted him. So you could definitely say a lot of teams, every team missed on him, including the Rams, by the way, who then did sign him. I will tell you from what I know, the Bills, they looked into him as an undrafted free agent. He looked into the Bills. But when you're in that position, you have options. And from my understanding is Sean Dolak felt he had a better path to make the roster with a team like LA than Buffalo. And I think he chose right because of this. I still wonder, Mike, if he would have made the team in Buffalo, considering. Now, maybe as a special teamer, and I just don't think he would have beat out Joe Andreessen. Don't think he would have beaten out any of the top 3 guys, Bernard, Milano, and Williams, obviously. And I believe Shaq Thompson was brought here for a specific role and specific reason, to play in base sets, to be a big nickel back. So that's 5 linebackers. Where would Sean Dolak have fit? He could have been kept as a 6th developmental linebacker on the practice squad, and that's great and good for him. I just don't I just don't think it's some indictment on the Bills or Brandon Beane for not bringing in Sean Dolak, considering looking what their linebacking core looks like right now.
With Sal Capaccio, it's Cutdown Day. We don't, as we speak here, just about 10 minutes after 4, have the official list. Joe Buscaglia tweets that Shavers made it. He's got a source reporting that. Did you get to a point where you thought that was pretty, not automatic or likely or what?
I have him on my 53, yes. So my 53-man roster included Tyrell Shavers, the one I did on Sunday morning, which I retweeted out today and adhered to and said there's nothing that they've done that's changed my mind. I have Shakir, Coleman, Palmer, Samuel, Moore, and Shavers as the wide receivers. I think that's exactly what's going to wind up happening here. Feels like now with Chenault, we know that KJ Hamler's gone. I don't think they're keeping Christian Wilkerson and Deion Kane. I haven't seen anything on them specifically, but maybe it's already been out there. We'll see. So, yeah, I think Tyrell Shavers was always right at that cut line for me. What it always came down to for me was not can he play special teams, would he be able to do enough and physically hold up on special teams? Could they trust him enough to put him on the field on special teams? If you're going to be the 6th wide receiver on an NFL team, you have to play special teams. Otherwise, there's no justification for you being on the team. And to me, that was always Tyrell Shavers, what he had to show. He played 50%, 12 out of 24 special teams snaps on Saturday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Those are crucial 12 snaps for him to try and make the roster, and it appears as though that's the case.
Yeah. It's a good story. What now, Sal? So he makes that receiver room, which has been, I don't need to tell you, questioned in the past as a group. Does Shavers end up, or even like right away, in your mind, play any kind of a significant role? Like, is he in uniform week 1? What will they want from him, other than what you've said already?
Yeah, I don't even know if he gets a game day jersey, to be honest, Mike, right? There's 53 guys on the roster. You dress 48 on game day, as long as you have 8 offensive linemen, which they'll do. So that means there's 5 guys who don't get a jersey. I think Tyrell Shavers could be a guy that doesn't get a jersey. And if he is getting a jersey, then he's going to have to be a gunner. He's going to have to be a guy that blocks on kickoffs and kick returns and things like that. So that's his role. And then maybe you give him a play or two on offense and you have something built in for him specifically. At this point, it would be hard for me to see him, out-snapping Curtis Samuel or Elijah Moore. But with the injuries that Samuel's had, with the unavailability, you never know. Maybe you get to a point where over the next couple of weeks, he's not necessarily on the field, practicing enough, and you feel like Tyrell Shavers gives you a better opportunity to have a guy that you're going to rely on and be available, and maybe he does start eating into some of those offensive snaps.
Got to be impressed with, I say this, the moments he had in the preseason, at least, Shavers.
Oh, yeah. Mike, he had a great catch, obviously, on Saturday night. I got to tell you a funny story. On Thursday, we were out at the stadium for practice. It was the team decided to practice inside the stadium, and one of the reasons why they wanted to give the starters a full kind of practice because they weren't going to get the game, right? So give them a game environment type of practice, like an inter-squad scrimmage sort of, offense against defense. So it was in the stadium, that kind of deal. But they went through their normal routine of practicing, and they're doing throws. Josh Allen and the quarterbacks are throwing to the receivers in the end zone, and there's some fade balls that are coming. They're just working on the fade. And I'm walking, and you know how the stadium is set up, where you're really close to the wall down there in the corner, right?
Yeah.
Well, we were in the stands, but the wall is real close to the end zone. So Tyrell Shavers up. I grabbed my phone. And I'm like, I'm going to record some of this because it was still during the shooting period, and I just didn't grab it in time. And Tyrell Shavers made an unbelievable one-handed catch to the other side with his right hand, like the other end zone that he was last week. Mm-hmm. And he made it, and he got both feet down, and he caught it, and he ran right to the wall, and he stopped because the wall is so close. And it was like right in front of me. And I go, wow, nice catch. And he said, thank you. And he went back, and I'm thinking, man, I can't believe I didn't get that on video. And then he went out and did it on Saturday night, right? And you're like, oh, my God, now everybody sees him do it. And I told him after practice, or after the game, I said, I can't believe I didn't get that catch on video, but you did it out here, and you showed everybody what you could do. Do you think you did enough to make the 53-man roster? And his response was interesting. He said, I do, but I thought that last year. And he didn't make it last year, and I thought that was interesting.
We have a clip I've heard played today where he talks about that he's put on 10 pounds. Mm-hmm. Like that's been part of this story. He's bigger.
He is a little bit bigger, I would say, but I can't. Yeah, he said 10 pounds, but when you're when you're already an NFL player at that size, it's a little tough to see sometimes.
Sure.
These guys, the way that they're built and the way they put on muscle mass and things like that. But I would say, yeah, that's probably right. He was a skinnier guy. He's still pretty skinny when he came in the league, but I would say I would notice that he's a little bit bigger. I'll tell you this, for the first time, actually, something I noticed was last week, maybe in Chicago. I can't remember what it was. And I happened to be on the field standing next to Dalton Kincaid, and I thought to myself, I actually do think, I think he's gotten bigger. I didn't kind of notice that a little bit as we went through training camp, but I do think he's gotten a little bit bigger.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. I'm Mike Schopp. Bulldog is off today. We don't have the full list of Bills cuts, but several have been announced. Has there been no update on Trey White since we last spoke?
No update on Tre'Davious White, and my guess is that means that he's going to be on the 53-man active roster, not on IR to return or anything like that, which is really good news because, like I said, with the reports coming in about Tylon Grable going on IR to return, I'm also expecting Max Harrison, it's not official yet, to go on to IR to return. You only get 2 of those guys that are able to come off when you do it today. Then you don't have to put them on the 53. You do it today. They have to sit out 4 weeks, then they can come back. Well, that wouldn't include Tre'Davious White. And the fact that they released Dane Jackson, we know that from reports from earlier, just kind of really trends well for me for Tre'Davious White. What we don't know, Mike, is how significant still would he be injured as far as missing any time coming up here, right? Even if it's not long-term, what term is it? Is it 1 week? Is it 2 weeks? Is he available for the Baltimore Ravens? Is he not? I think that still has to be answered.
Sure. Rasul Douglas to Miami, right? That's interesting. They needed a cornerback badly.
They did. Rasul was a free agent for this whole offseason, and he made a few visits, including one to Miami. And I don't really know, what held that up, him not signing. My guess is he wanted a little more money than people wanted to give him. And, the Miami Dolphins are in a team they're really banged up right now in their secondary. They've had some injuries. So they go back, they reach out, they get Rasul. I think they pay him $3 million is from, I think, what I read earlier today. Rasul was amazing when he came to Buffalo after that trade, as we know. He didn't have a great year last year. He was a guy that we were just waiting for that pick. We were waiting for that game-changing play, and it never came. He wasn't terrible, but I think the expectations were so high after that first half season he was in Buffalo that, it was coupled with the fact that he was okay, with the fact that he was so good the year before that it kind of soured even a little bit more, I think, of what he was last year. But certainly a name that a lot of people brought up here after Tre'Davious White's injury, if the Bills would reach out to. And I would say that is the kind of player that, hey, he knows the system. You could bring him in. He could probably play for you in a pinch because you don't have to onboard him as quickly. But good to see him, get a job and be back in the league. I'm sure that's great for him.
I would say, not that it's much different than what you said, he's somebody that you need plays from. That was kind of his brand, right? Douglas, coming from Green Bay, he might be a little bit of a gambler, but it's going to pay off for you sometimes. You don't get, he had no interception. I think 5 official passes defensed. Just nothing really came from it. And I think if that, I don't know what his PFF grade was as we speak, but I think you kind of need that from a player like that.
Yeah, right. The Bills, what's interesting is, did Rasul Douglas even have 1 interception last year? I don't think he did, right?
No.
And this is from a team that led the league in takeaways.
Right.
Right? A lot of their takeaways came from linebackers, and the corners didn't have a ton. The safeties had some. Taylor Rapp, right? DeMar Hamlin had a couple. Safeties, the linebackers had some. They punched balls out. There were fumbles. There were just, luck fumbles, things like that, on the offensive line and defensive line as well. But it is interesting that of all those takeaways they had last year, and Rasul Douglas didn't have one.
Right. No Bills player had more than 2. We had 7 guys last year, including Austin Johnson, who had 2 picks for the Bills. A few more minutes left here with Sal. There's probably not one answer to this, but how is it that we go past 4 o'clock year after year and don't have the list?
Well, I think that every team does it differently, first of all. Last year, we got the Bills' official announcement at 5:16 p.m. The year before that was 6:01 p.m. I would say, Mike, it's a little bit like hockey to me, where
the deadline, trade deadline.
You file everything with the league, and then when it's all kind of approved or whatever, however the process is, you put it out. And I would tell you that my guess is, looking at some of the other teams around the league, some PR departments just decide, hey, this is what we did, and let everybody know. It feels like the Bills are the type of organization that says, let's just make sure everything goes through. We're all good here. We can be buttoned up, and then we'll let everybody know. And it feels like that's kind of what's happening.
It's possible, I guess I want to say, I know we've already talked about Trey White, but you might be waiting, not past 4, but you might be waiting into the day to make a final judgment on him, which can affect something else that you do with the roster. It doesn't even have to be him, of course. Could be anybody that's kind of on the cusp. But when you see these lists team to team, they almost always include a couple of names that are either IR designated to return or not, waived, injured. Different designations can maybe complicate things.
Yeah, for sure. And I tried to, this morning on the Extra Point Show, I really tried to go through all of those things, but it gets complicated, and there's a lot of terms. I think one of the big things you have to remember is the difference between active and reserve. Those are the two words that really matter. Active is the 53-man roster. Active, that's what people are. When you go on a reserve list, reserve pup means you don't count because you're on reserve. And I know it sounds funny to say, but to me it's like putting something on layaway. That's what it really is, right?
Oh.
You're over there. You're not. Yeah, you're paying for it, and it's over there, but you don't really get it until you need it, until you can bring it onto your roster and put it in your home, whatever it is. So that's what that term means. So when you have injured reserve, reserve pup, reserve suspended, that's the difference between active roster, 53 guys on the active roster count, and then you have 16 practice squad players who are not on the active roster, a 17th with an international designation. All that stuff with Jordan Phillips unfolded yesterday, and I know that you weren't on, but I don't know if you saw how that was unfolding yesterday and everything that went down, but we can go through that real quick. What happened was, this is all procedural stuff, right? Which is, we found out the Bills were going to sign Jordan Phillips at defensive tackle. And the initial reporting was he's signing on the 53-man roster. And everybody, including myself, thought, okay, what does that mean? Is Dwayne Carter out? Is Daquan Jones out? Is Larry Ogunjobi out, even though you don't need his roster spot? Like, what's happening here? While later, I found out, the information I got was, hold on, he's signing to the 90-man roster, but he's going to be released, and then he will be on the practice squad. And the reason is because they had space on the 90-man roster, get him in the building now. Get him into the weight room, get him in with the trainers, get him into his coaches' meetings, his team meetings, all that. That way they can do it a day and a half early, and then they still will do the procedural of getting him off the roster and then back on the practice squad so he doesn't miss a beat.
Okay, so we still have to wait on the official list. I might buzz you again if that's possible, if that's okay with you.
Sure. I'll be around. Let me know.
Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline. His appearances on WGR brought to you by Outlet Liquor, George Urban Boulevard in Depew. Your place to buy a case, Outlet Liquor. What's your outlet? The secondary is a question for this team going into the season. The Ravens, week 1. I mean, the Ravens, Lamar Jackson last year, threw 41 touchdown passes, 4,000 yards passing. I don't think the Ravens really, if it was true before, I'm not sure it is now, need to be designated as a team where, not that it's their strength necessarily, but they can throw it. A caller earlier mentioned injuries and the playoffs, and I'm thinking about last year's playoff loss to Kansas City, and who even missed that game? There probably were a couple guys, but nobody comes right to mind having missed the game against the Chiefs. The Ravens missed Zay Flowers for their game here. I don't know if it was anybody else, but that's a pretty big loss. Week 1, a week from Sunday night. Here to talk about the season, which is getting close, the cuts, and we'll see what we get over the course of the day, but not the official list yet, as we just talked about there with Sal. Also, it's National Dog Day, so there should be some time carved out for dogs. I think they deserve it. My Margot does. I know Margot deserves it. She's flying high. 803-0550 for your calls. I'm Mike Schopp, and this is WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better.
something about being in the roster management. And thinking about it, I mean, it probably didn't make much sense with what I said, but I just feel like my frustration just really roots back to 13 seconds. And then, then the Bengals game, and then, everything that happened therefore after. But the 13-second thing is, I feel like it's just something that's going to always be on their back and keeps fans constantly on McDermott and being for even the littlest thing, because the frustration links back to that. I don't know if you got that same sense or not or what, but I'm just saying how I personally feel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike. You're certainly, you have a lot of company. I know Bulldog says the same thing a lot, like that from the very day that it happened. That game will haunt them until they win. It's really a matter of how you want to look at it. I mean, I don't want to be dragged around by that. Like it's one thing to feel like these seasons are defined by the playoffs, but I don't want to be so resigned to that I just can't enjoy any of it until they win because of what happened 4 years ago. I mean, I don't know. Wide right defined this franchise, and you could say still does, and that's 35 years ago. But it depends on how you want to look at it. I think I'll just say this: if you are a team like this that has made the playoffs 6 years in a row and won the division, home playoff game or games 5 years in a row, whatever your closest loss is going to be the one that you think about the most, because that's as close as you got. And, last year isn't that different than 13 seconds. Both were back and forth games in Kansas City. Last year, you had the ball with a chance to win and couldn't. And, 13 seconds is in a class of its own for, like, how close you really were to winning that game. I'm not saying they're the same. But it's just the close calls. It's just sort of natural, right? The close calls are the ones that will haunt you until you win. And then, good news. When you win, who cares?
Sing your highline with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. Oh, you seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. To all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole. Oh,
The NFL roster cut-down deadline has passed as teams get their rosters down to 53 men. We've had some things that have been announced officially, but for the Bills, a lot of it is reports, especially coming from earlier this afternoon. Some of the names that have been reported earlier today that have been released include wide receivers KJ Hamler and Laviska Shenault, linebackers Eddie Ulofoshio and Jimmy Charlo, along with cornerback Dane Jackson and safety Derek Forrest. While some of the names who look to have made the roster include wide receiver Tyrell Shavers, but all of those are still reports, including offensive lineman Tyler Grable looking to be heading towards IR to start the season. One thing, though, we do know, as the Bills have announced that they've activated center Cedric Van Pran Granger off of PUP. He will count towards the 53-man roster. We'll keep you posted as more of this comes along throughout the afternoon. Around the NFL, it's been a very busy day, not just with cut news, but with roster construction all across the board. The Chargers are moving running back Najee Harris to the active roster from the non-football injury list. Harris has been dealing with injuries suffered during a firework incident earlier this summer. The Saints have their starting quarterback. It is Spencer Rattler. 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson will be suspended the first 3 games for violating the league's substance abuse policy. Former Bills corner Rasul Douglas stays in the AFC East. He signs with Miami. Titans running back Tajay Spears being placed on IR with a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss at least the first 4 games. And then very good local news, former UB linebacker Sean Dolak looks to have made the Rams' 53-man roster after being an undrafted free agent. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, it's exactly where I want it to be. I think it's really, really fun. You know, this defense is going to be really creative. I know what you see in the last 3 preseason games is like that much of a gigantic playbook, but we've got some cool stuff on there. And, you know, I think there's, you know, some different ways to sort of think about blitzes and pressures and movements. And, you know, that's always the interesting part, you know, that I don't think I knew about coming to a new program is like the football 101 is the same, but like learning a new style and a new like philosophy of how to attack offenses, I think has been really cool. And it's sort of opened up my own toolbox of how I understand football and, you know, can kind of get the answers to the test a little bit.
All right. Michael Hoyt, I assume when he said that much, given he was talking about what the preseason consists of, he did like that much, not that much. Very small, you know, the thumb and the finger barely separated, I'm guessing is what that looked like. We won't see him for a while. Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi each suspended for 6 games. The preseason is over, so that starts. And the Bills' bye week is in week 7. So the first time they can practice then, but the first time either will be eligible to play is week 8, October 26th, 2 months to the day from now at Carolina. Do you have the schedule down? Do you know it? I still don't, like, I think if I had to guess it blind, I would be right. But, you know, in fantasy tournaments, the big weeks are weeks 15 through 17. And whenever I hear, and this happened recently, because those guys that I listen to, or even the show that I do, you're talking about that sometimes. And those weeks, I know week 1 and week 17, and I know 15 and 16 a little bit. But when I hear the Bills go to Cleveland in week 16, for some reason that always throws me. I don't have that like burned into my brain. And you know, I'll get by. I don't think this is something that I'm going to, you know, suffer for, is not having the Bills week 16 matchup memorized. But Bills at Browns, week 16. Probably 1 o'clock Sunday. That's what it looks like for now. I made that trip this weekend. I went to Louisville, and it was about 9 hours. I'd never been there. My grandparents, when I was a kid, lived in southern Ohio, and we'd make that trip every summer. So it was a little bit sentimental for me driving through Columbus into Cincinnati. And then on that drive going toward Louisville, you're barely in Cincinnati. You just sort of like maybe 15 minutes, and then you're over the bridges into Kentucky, and that's it. You don't really get to Cleveland. You turn south before you get to Cleveland, then down through Columbus, which is pretty big, biggest city in the state. Then you get to Cincinnati and then on to Louisville. And what I was thinking, having spent very little time in my life in those parts. Like I said, I'd never been to Louisville before. Cincinnati was just a couple of times, and where my grandparents lived was, an hour or so north of Cincinnati. But I was thinking about, it was very exciting to me knowing that so many cities that I've rarely, if ever, been to were all within sort of reaching distance. Like Nashville, it was 2.5 hours from Louisville, 2.5 to 3 hours. Never been there. Indianapolis is about that, the other direction. I've only once been there. Well, it was for a week. My daughter was born there, but, that's the only time I ever went to Indianapolis, I think. St. Louis to the west was like 4 hours. I didn't go to any of these places. I just was excited about how reachable they kind of all were. And I was comparing that to living here, and we have that too. I mean, that Bills-Browns game, a lot of you will go to that game. I mean, it's obviously very doable. 3 hours to Cleveland. Pittsburgh's not quite 4. Detroit is 4. And, of course, Toronto. So, you knew all this, but I was excited about that in Louisville. I got there to the drafts. I went down there for fantasy football, go figure. And the drafts were actually in Indiana at a casino, which was maybe 20 minutes south of Louisville or west across the border. And on Saturday, my drafts were at 11 in the morning, or 10:30 in the morning, and 11 at night. I'm like, I'm at this casino. Adam Krautwurst, a couple of his friends, 5 or 10 other people I know just from around the country are there for these drafts. Like, this is going to set up perfectly because I'll draft Saturday morning. We'll go out Friday night, in the casino. Saturday morning draft, get done like 12:30, quick lunch, and then I can go do Louisville. I was never going to go to like Nashville or anything, but I'll at least go to bum around Louisville for a few hours to see it. And I was telling my friends that this was my plan, and then back for the 11 p.m. draft. And I was even saying it out loud to them at the same time, like, I'm never going to do that. I'm not leaving this building for 2 days. I know it. I'll be at the casino. When that morning draft ended, Friday night went late, and I knew I had Saturday night. I went to bed, turned golf on, and then it was like dinner time. I mean, just whoops. So I definitely, missed out. Because there's lots to do there. The Ali Museum, my son and wife were just there. They went to see the Ali thing, the Louisville Slugger Museum. It seems like a happening kind of place. For me, what was happening was a casino in southern Indiana for like 72 hours. That was what was actually happening to me. It's cool, though. I mean, these are hardcore players and drafts, and I just love that challenge. I'm happy to talk about fantasy a little bit here. I kind of feel like I always do. But a lot of you will have drafts this weekend, Labor Day weekend. I'm starting to get more questions just for ideas. Eric Wood on Sunday was like, all right, Mike, I bug you every year. Who do you like? Like, what are you doing in these drafts? And I gave him, I could have written him an essay. Like, I thought of just calling him. But, I banged out a few texts, early round strategy, sleepers, this kind of thing. And he then sent me, this was an auction that Eric does. Those are great. And he sent me his finished product. I'm like, buddy, this looks like a lot of teams that I would draft. Load up on your receivers, elite quarterback if you want it, elite tight end if you want it. You can live without. And then just throw your darts at running back. That's one thing. With the Bills and the cuts, which we still don't have all of them yet, there really isn't, for a fantasy player, and I think really this is most fans, you have to admit, you don't have to, but I would say about most fans, the skill position guys, there's 2 categories of players that can win fans over in the preseason, training camp preseason, that sort of become the darlings of the preseason. One is running backs or receivers. There have been lots of these guys over the years. And as popular as any of them ever were, almost never has the player been good in the league. Like, it's not that they couldn't be, but you're talking about little to no draft capital, and that just is a big strike against a guy right away. Then he gets cut, and he's somebody else's, trash. He's some other team has disposed of this player, wasn't really drafted in the first place. That player's a real long shot to make it. But if you think about over the years, players that you cared about from this time of year, from camp in the preseason, that sort of became a little bit buzzy. And this is what Shavers is, although Shavers has been on the team for 2 years. Those guys kind of just disappear. And they don't make the team. If they do, it's just sort of practice squad or whatever it is. They don't make the team, and then they're kind of never heard from again. There's two buckets. One is those guys, and those are usually running backs, or it can't even really be a quarterback. When was the last time there was a quarterback here that sort of rose up in the preseason to the point where, like, there was a clamor for I don't even know who that would be. Like, how long? It's obviously got to be before Allen. Once they drafted Allen, it was always going to be him if he was good. That's 7 years ago. And I don't know, but I'd have to really think about that. Running backs and receivers make a few plays and, they get talked about. That's one. The other is if there's ever anybody local. Anybody local becomes like, oh, Joe Andreessen. And he did make it. That guy gets we care about him. We care about local. We care about running backs and receivers. So as I say all that about fantasy, like, it's sort of what we talk about the most in the preseason. And I was starting to say with the Bills, is there really any drama? We thought maybe there was going to be some with Cook. And there was for a minute, but he got his contract. They didn't draft any other running back. It's the same as before. Cook, Davis, Johnson. It's the same group, probably the same pecking order, probably the same snap share, I want to think. We'll see if it's different. Maybe you want to weigh in on that. And receiver, it's been one of Shavers, but it's been one of these kind of long shots, Chenault, right, or Hamler. Elijah Moore making it, I'm kind of thinking that that's what's going to happen, but we don't know for sure. That's a little bit interesting. Does he get much playing time? I don't know. They're just not. I mean, obviously there are teams where a lot of that is up in the air. New England, we've had, tried to figure out here all summer, those of us who've been, dabbling, what their receiver room will look like. Like, what happens to Pop Douglas? Mac Hollins is there. Of course, Diggs is there. And an assortment of others. As I'm looking now, it looks like their roster is out, and they kept 8. Kyle Williams, rookie, Kayshon Boutte, Kendrick Bourne, Javon Baker, and Efton Chisholm made it. That's also not to include Jalen Polk, who was a second-round pick last year that went on IR, I believe. So you've got it's a big group. 2 or 3 more than we'll end up probably 2 more than we'll end up having here. But, there isn't, all I was saying here is there isn't that particular kind of drama about the Bills roster that there is on certain other teams. I guess that's what comes from being good. A lot of stability, a lot of known commodities here. 803-0550 for your calls. I need to take a break. Mike Schopp here on WGR. I mean, the Bills, I don't think, lost in Kansas City last year because of injuries. The year before was more that was more the story in the game at home. Of course, you want to be healthy. What that point does for me, and you did say something about coaching there in the middle, but the common thread in the 4 losses to Kansas City, and they've beaten them in the regular season 4 years in a row, not even just 2. The common thread is clear. They have not gotten Patrick Mahomes off the field. Period. It's not injuries. It's not Josh Allen. I mean, it is that in 4 games against the Bills in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes has pretty much been perfect. And last year that's even more maddening because that Chiefs team was a disaster on offense all season. They were not good at all. Then the Bills walked in for the AFC Championship and the Chiefs did whatever they wanted. That's it. Like, Injuries are always an excuse. It happens. It's real, but it's not over the span of 5 years or even 6 why the Bills have lost. Would you prefer to have everybody healthy? Of course. But it's not why they haven't won. Why they haven't won is that in those games, Mahomes has it's been a cakewalk for him. Whether it's pressure or coverage or scheme or anything else. They have not intercepted him once in those 4 games. He has 1 fumble last year, which led to the Chiefs being a -1 in that game. The Bills were always winning the turnovers and almost always winning games. And finally, I guess it's the Kansas City effect. They did win the turnovers and still lost the game. So that's what has gotten them beat. And, what is this all to say? Oh, Patrick Mahomes? I mean, we're not talking about Tommy DeVito here. Yeah, that's right. But that's what it takes. You have an elite quarterback, too, and we're 0-4. With Sal Capaccio, it's Cutdown Day. We don't, as we speak here, just about 10 minutes after 4, have the official list. Joe Biscaglia tweets that Shavers made it. He's got a source reporting that. Did you get to a point where you thought that was pretty, not automatic or likely or what?
I have him on my 53, yes. So my 53-man roster included Tyrell Shavers, the one I did on Sunday morning, which I retweeted out today and adhered to and said there's nothing that they've done that's changed my mind. I have Shakir, Coleman, Palmer, Samuel, Moore, and Shavers as the wide receivers. I think that's exactly what's going to wind up happening here. Feels like now with Chenault, we know that KJ Hamler's gone. I don't think they're keeping Christian Wilkerson and Deion Kane. I haven't seen anything on them specifically, but maybe it's already been out there. We'll see. So, yeah, I think Tyrell Shavers was always right at that cut line for me. What it always came down to for me was not can he play special teams, would he be able to do enough and physically hold up on special teams? Could they trust him enough to put him on the field on special teams? If you're going to be the 6th wide receiver on an NFL team, you have to play special teams. Otherwise, there's no justification for you being on the team. And to me, that was always Tyrell Shavers, what he had to show. He played 50%, 12 out of 24 special teams snaps on Saturday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Those are crucial 12 snaps for him to try and make the roster, and it appears as though that's the case.
Yeah. It's a good story. What now, Sal? So he makes that receiver room, which has been, I don't need to tell you, questioned in the past as a group. Does Shavers end up, or even right away, in your mind, play any kind of a significant role? Is he in uniform week 1? What will they want from him, other than what you've said already?
Yeah, I don't even know if he gets a game day jersey, to be honest, Mike, right? There's 53 guys on the roster. You dress 48 on game day, as long as you have 8 offensive linemen, which they'll do. So that means there's 5 guys who don't get a jersey. I think Tyrell Shavers could be a guy that doesn't get a jersey. And if he is getting a jersey, then he's going to have to be a gunner. He's going to have to be a guy that blocks on kickoffs and kick returns and things like that. So that's his role. And then maybe you give him a play or two on offense and you have something built in for him specifically.
Welcome back. I'm Mike Schopp. Would love to hear from you. Your thoughts on the upcoming season, 803-0550. Bills, I meant. Didn't say it. Not Sabres, but I don't know. Sabres crossed my mind last night, talking with a friend about the schedule and picking a couple games out for my daughter to maybe get to. So checked that out last night. It's about as far as it went. One Bills item that I don't know how much there is to say about it, but I haven't brought it up yet, is that Mike White was let go. So it's Mitchell Trubisky again. And Bulldog gets pretty fired up about Mitchell Trubisky. And that's fine. I'm the same way about maybe 25 backup quarterbacks in the league. as I would be about Trubisky. I don't expect most, if not all, backups to be good enough for it to matter, really. Earlier I was talking about when was the last time, for as many times during preseason, that we get excited about a certain player. Usually it's a running back or a receiver. Remember Christian Wade a couple of years ago? He had his legions. Different receivers over the years are always the same. They're always a big underdog, a long shot to make it based on draft capital, probably not drafted at all. And so they develop kind of a following. Who was the last quarterback like that? A listener tweeted Jeff Toole at me, and, I guess. I don't remember him in the preseason. I remember him in the regular season, so I guess it stands to reason that he was this in the preseason in whatever year that was, 2013 maybe, or around there. So that might be the right answer. Was Peterman ever a fan favorite in that window where he was around? The year, this is hard for me sometimes now because so many years have gone by, but the year where he starts the opener is the year after the debacle against the Chargers. He's Tyrod Taylor's backup. In fact, he plays in the playoff game in Jacksonville. Taylor gets hurt, and Peterman goes in and I think gets intercepted, right? Is that how that game ended? He's in that game. And then the next year after the Allen pick, it's Peterman who wins the week 1 start. I don't remember ever arguing about him. I just there have been guys all through the drought. We went 15 rounds on a lot of those quarterbacks, Lossman and guys that Ryan Fitzpatrick, guys that definitely had their fans. With Lossman, it was more hope. With Fitzpatrick, there were some real highlights. I don't know. I don't remember ever being at all close to sold on either guy. So we went 15 rounds on some of these quarterbacks. I don't remember ever doing that with Peterman. I just remember being baffled by what it was that he had that Sean McDermott was buying into. That's how I remember him. Not oh, wow. And I know Bulldog has cited his preseason stats from that year. He boxed himself in, McDermott, in a way, by making it a competition. And so here were these great statistics that Peterman put down, and, maybe he had to be the winner. I think it's not so much boxed himself in he couldn't have started Josh Allen as a rookie. I think they didn't want to. And I bring up, whenever this comes up, I think about, I wonder what they thought was ideal. How many weeks? Here you've got, take Jackson Dart with the Giants. The most important, and they might have a new coach in time here, the Giants, but like the Bills when they drafted Allen, and there's no close second, the most important thing that organization has to figure out is Jackson Dart. And your first question is when to throw him in. He's had an excellent preseason. I feel like there's some buzz about him even starting week 1. I doubt that'll happen. Maybe they've even made that announcement. But, the conventional thinking has been that the Giants will lose games with Russell Wilson and then eventually Dart will go in. But that's the point is, if this is the most important decision you have, then you probably have an idea of how many games you want that to be. Sure, if Russell Wilson never loses, then you just stay there. Not forever, I think, but that happens sometimes too. But what's perfect? Is it half the season? Is it less, more? Probably wouldn't be much more. So that's what the Giants have. And that's what the Bills had with Allen. What happened? Peterman was unplayable at halftime. Well, I think he played into the second half, but they got down 40-0 to Baltimore or something, some score like that. And okay. And then they went with Allen in week 2, and they've never looked back. But I doubt they wanted him to start week 2, because if you want him to start week 2, you start him in week 1. So whatever the plan was got scuttled, and I guess it's worked out. It's worked out pretty well. So, maybe they were a little bit fortunate there. I mean, what? If he went in week 6, was it going to be different? No, I'm not saying that. I've always wondered what they wanted. 803-0550 for your calls. We'll get these cuts at some point. Still looking for them. Any of it matter to you? Tyrell Shavers, this Trubisky example, like he's going to be the backup, it seems. Someone else, let me know. I'm watching that. I'm more interested in just getting the season going and how it all feels. I've got different odds to bring up, exact order of the AFC East, different things that I think will be interesting to talk about. And Trey White, of course, is a big one. We'll see what happens with the cuts, if there's some designation on him or not. And if not, that's probably a really good sign. Lines are open for you. Thanks for listening. This is Mike Schopp on WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone.
Listening to a podcast where somebody made a point about it was a host, a radio host, who's like, people forget about the human side of this. I don't forget. I think it would be the hardest thing about being Sean McDermott professionally, or Brandon Beane, would be to have, you're calling how many 20, 30 guys into your office and telling them that, the job isn't available. And, these guys are, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they're sweating for you. They're doing all the work every day. It's been like their life's dream is to play in the NFL. They're on the field in these preseason games. Like, it's real. It's right there. And then today's the day and the season is next week, and you call them in and say, nope. I think that would be the easily hardest thing about that job. Way harder than telling somebody, I think, I don't know, I have no experience at this, but telling somebody that has played for you and had an NFL career that you're moving on. Like telling Jordan Poyer that there's no room for you on the Bills anymore. Like, okay, well, that's probably very emotional, but he's made millions and he can't resent you. Like he shouldn't, maybe. Like, it's just different than telling somebody that's never played a down in the league for real and gotten a paycheck that they're not wanted. I think that would be the hardest thing. But I want to say this too, as somebody that for many, many years has built my opinions and sort of belief system from what the data tells you. Something that, speaking of working in my old job 24 years ago, whatever it is, like wasn't even really available then. It's hard for me to get into today from a business standpoint, not from a personal one. From a personal one, anybody can appreciate the stress and the sadness, whatever it is that goes into telling these guys, like, good luck to you. Goodbye. With Sal Capaccio, it's Cutdown Day. We don't, as we speak here, just about 10 minutes after 4, have the official list. Joe Biscaglia tweets that Shavers made it. He's got a source reporting that. Did you get to a point where you thought that was pretty, not automatic or likely or what?
I have him on my 53, yes. So my 53-man roster included Tyrell Shavers, the one I did on Sunday morning, which I retweeted out today and adhered to and said there's nothing that they've done that's changed my mind. I have Shakir, Coleman, Palmer, Samuel, Moore, and Shavers as the wide receivers. I think that's exactly what's going to wind up happening here. Feels like now with Chenault, we know that KJ Hamler's gone. I don't think they're keeping Christian Wilkerson and Deion Kane. I haven't seen anything on them specifically, but maybe it's already been out there. We'll see. So, yeah, I think Tyrell Shavers was always right at that cut line for me. What it always came down to for me was not can he play special teams, would he be able to do enough and physically hold up on special teams? Could they trust him enough to put him on the field on special teams? If you're going to be the 6th wide receiver on an NFL team, you have to play special teams. Otherwise, there's no justification for you being on the team. And to me, that was always Tyrell Shavers, what he had to show. He played 50%, 12 out of 24 special teams snaps on Saturday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Those are crucial 12 snaps for him to try and make the roster, and it appears as though that's the case.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good story. What now, Sal? So he makes that receiver room, which has been, and I don't need to tell you, questioned in the past as a group. Does Shavers end up, or even like right away, in your mind, play any kind of a significant role? Like, is he in uniform week one? What will they want from him, other than what you've said already?
Yeah, I don't even know if he gets a game day jersey, to be honest, Mike, right? I mean, like, there's 53 guys on the roster. You dress 48 on game day, as long as you have 8 offensive linemen, which they'll do. So that means there's 5 guys who don't get a jersey. I think Tyrell Shavers could be a guy that doesn't get a jersey. And if he is getting a jersey, then he's going to have to be a gunner. He's going to have to be a guy that blocks on kickoffs and kick returns and things like that. So that's his role. And then maybe you give him a play or two on offense and you have something built in for him specifically.
On the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time.
Still waiting on official word of the Bills' initial 53-man roster, but we have been getting reports throughout the day, and those include wide receivers KJ Hamler and Laviska Shenault, linebackers Eddie Ulofoshio and Jimmy Charlo, cornerback Dane Jackson, and safety Derek Forrest having been part of the Bills' cuts today, and that does mean, reportedly, wide receiver Tyrell Shavers has made the 53-man roster. The only thing we do know officially from the Bills today is they have activated center Cedric Van Pran-Granger off of PUP, and he will count towards the 53-man roster. Around the NFL, it's been a very busy day. The Chargers are moving running back Najee Harris to the active roster from the non-football injury list. Harris has been dealing with injuries suffered during a firework incident earlier this summer. The Saints have their Week 1 starter is going to be Spencer Rattler at quarterback. Former Bills corner Rasul Douglas is staying in the AFC East. He signs with Miami. Titans running back Tajay Spears is being placed on IR. He's dealing with a high ankle sprain and will miss at least the first 4 games of the season. And former UB linebacker Sean Dolak has made the Rams' 53-man roster after being an undrafted free agent this year. In baseball, Bison's in action tonight. They're on the road versus Indianapolis. First pitch just after 6:30, and that can be heard over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. While the Jays, Yankees, and Mets are all in action just after 7 o'clock. Toronto hosts the Twins. The Yankees have the Nationals in town, while the Mets, they will host Philadelphia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
It's nothing you did.
It's not you, it's me.
It's not you. It's you, but you didn't cross me.
And the Bulldog.
Why did I choose? Why did I just stay in school?
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Are you somebody that when it seems like everybody says the same thing, you start to question that? Or are you the kind of person that will just sort of like believe it? I don't mean anything that can be proven, just like a prediction or whatever it might be. It doesn't have to even be within sports. I am the kind of person that gets nervous when everybody seems to say the same things. In fantasy football, this is something that I have to constantly remind myself, because if I don't, I'll always end up ignoring the same players and drafting the same players. Like, you want to make sure not to do that. What is not being noticed here? What is not being said? In terms of this year's NFL season, this has been a frequent topic of conversation in here, but I just spent 4 days on the road, listened to a lot of content, talked to a lot of people. Only a couple of my friends that I was with were Bills fans. Like, it was mostly people that aren't. Of course, I'm listening to people that aren't and meeting people that aren't Bills fans. And even no matter who they're a fan of, if they're a fan of any team, In fantasy, you find people that are not a fan of any team. Everybody seems really down on the Dolphins. And also, everybody is really into the Patriots. Another team, the Jets. Well, the Jets are bad. They're always bad. Justin Fields is bad. But then again, there are people who are like sort of into it. I, for some weird reason that I can't explain, tend to think optimistically for the Jets, which has rarely been justified. But I don't know. There's something deep within me that makes me feel that way, no matter who's on the team. Some scar tissue from the 80s, maybe, when growing up watching the Bills, not always would they lose to the Jets, but there's something there, I think, deeply rooted. But, there'll be people that will talk up Fields. In fantasy, they love Fields because he's going to maybe rush for 1,000 yards and probably not get benched. So, most teams, you have this. I think the Bills are relatively speaking, also this, where, they're a betting favorite. Again, they're a prohibitive division betting favorite. But, skeptics, what's going to happen in the playoffs, maybe about the defense, maybe this is you. Like, what are you worried about? You could find things, whether that's specific to their roster or Patrick Mahomes related, whatever it is. It's out there. Compared to the rest of their division, though, they look like a very deserving favorite. It's just, do you know anybody that thinks the Dolphins are going to be good? And it's interesting because they've been pretty good. Like, the Dolphins are not the Jets. They're not a team that wins 4 games, 5 games, and where it's not even interesting to talk about them. Like, they won't be good at all. I can't find anybody. It's a different reason every day. It's injuries to the secondary. It's, Tyreek Hill's attitude. It's Devin Achan's calf muscle. Like, it's Tua's concussions. Or it's just Tua being Tua. Like, I can't find anybody who's buying it. And that's a little scary. I'm not going to tell you they'll be good because of this. But I'm the kind of person that questions it when it sounds like everybody is one note. And likewise, New England is just like everybody's darling now. Who's negative about the quarterback? Have you heard anybody? The worst you get on Drake May is, he isn't proven or something like that. But you hardly ever, I'll stop saying you. Maybe you are completely the opposite of me or have never heard anybody talk about Drake May. But I never hear anything but kind of glowing praise and excitement about him. This is from hanging out with Pat Corain a lot on ADP Chasing, who's like the biggest draft May bull, I think, maybe in the world. Drafts him constantly. He's always sort of trying to build teams around him. 2 years in a row of this. Maybe there's a little bit of that in me here, but I'm nobody sounds too critical. Before, I was talking about, Bills quarterbacks going back and what preseason sounded like about them. What did preseason sound like for J.P. Lossman? It's 21 years ago now, but, still. What I would say to that, by the way, is, mixed. You have everybody wants it to work. And there's talent for a guy to be drafted in the first round. And then you decide, if you're not seeing what you want to see, how much that matters. Well, it's just the preseason. Well, he's so young, and we sort of make excuses for him. With May, he was okay last year. Was he great? Was he any kind of generational prospect or anything? Like, he was good. North Carolina, he was good. I just think it's kind of weird. Most teams, the Bears, the range of opinions on this year's Chicago Bears is, remember Michael Hoyt earlier, this much, it's this much. Like, they're going to be terrible to, look at the talent, they're going to be great. You have a wide range of opinions on them. And that's most teams, not the Dolphins or the Patriots. You don't hear the Patriots as like they will win the AFC East. What you hear is kind of like how Adam Schefter tweets, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're better than you think, or something like that, which is really not saying anything, but like that's sort of the watered down version of what the buzz sounds like for New England. 803-0550 for your calls. I'm Mike Schopp. Thanks for listening. Bulldog is off the rest of the week. I don't have the cuts yet. I don't know why. Like, there's probably some. Does there have to be a good reason? There probably is a reason or a few reasons why the Bills have not announced them, like most teams have, I want to say by now. At least I would think I think I've seen at least half. The deadline is 4:00. I wonder, and I'm just sort of throwing this out there. When I talked to Sal earlier, he wasn't talking this way. But I wonder if there is some, just not confusion, but uncertainty about Trey White, like what they want to do there. What kind of injury is it? Like if this is what Sal and I did talk about. Like if they think, what would it be? So injured reserve, designated to return. You can put two guys on that list, which he would come back after 4 games. But you're stuck for 4 games. The Titans did this with their running back today, Tyjae Spears. High ankle sprain, designated to return IR, so 4 games. We'll see you then. They have that option with Trey White. We had this last year with somebody else. Decide maybe every year, where it might be challenging to decide what to do. If this is a 2-week injury, I have no idea what it is. If this is a 2-week injury, or 2 to 3, it still might make sense to them to do that and take the 4 games so that you have the roster spot for someone else. Or, maybe they think we want to, if we want to gamble, maybe a little bit because we're in tough at corner, like the Bills. Like they might side on the side of playing him and keeping him on the roster because they might think they really need him. That's always been this offseason with him. That's always been tough for me. When they signed him, felt kind of cool. I mean, he had a tough time with the Rams, probably a little bit better with Baltimore, but he's had big injuries. He's been in the league 8 years. What am I supposed to expect? I mean, he's obviously familiar with what the Bills are, and they are familiar with him, so that's a plus, I suppose. But what is really right to expect there? But, for me, when they did that and the draft had yet to happen, well, they're going to draft a cornerback because they still need, like Sal would have said this too in our many conversations, that's still a position where they need a starter. And then they went and drafted Maxwell Hairston, in kind. And Hairston gets hurt. And we don't know from him yet either, right? Like that's another one. I've been kind of assuming that he would go to IR, but that's not known yet. So maybe cornerback is the one. I think it probably would have to be. That's the one where they might have tricky decisions to make based on the physical outlook of those two players. Tyrell Shavers reportedly will make it. There was a drumbeat there for sure. I wonder, let me ask you this. I wonder if he's somebody that, with all the kind of excitement about him, there's been plays in the preseason where you would predict, I think this would be a lot for me. Would you predict that he plays any kind of significant role in the offense? Which would probably have to mean somebody gets bumped. I mean, I don't know if I'm taking for granted that Samuel makes it. Elijah Moore, there could be some other move there, I suppose. We're still waiting to find out. The deadline was an hour and 15 minutes ago. That was where I was coming from on Shavers, which is, he's been around for a couple of years. He made a few plays in the preseason. That's good. But is there really any room for him to matter on offense without an injury? So I'm thinking that the plan would not be for him to play a role, but we do complain about their wide receiver talent all the time. Maybe I should want to push for this. I'm not ready to yet. Talk me into it. Talk me into Tyrell Shavers, the preseason winner here, being somebody the Bills should, feed, I guess. Talk. I'm not there. Talk me into that if you want. 803-0550 for your calls. Here is Noah next. Hi, Noah.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So the topic I wanted to bring up is going to be a bit out of the blue, but I have been wanting to kind of bring it up as something that stood out to me during the AFC Championship game. And even as a fan sitting at home, I'm sure, wherever you were watching it, right? I feel like everybody in the room with me as well could tell that Josh Allen was going to run a QB sneak. And I believe they ran it a total of 6 times, and they only converted it twice.
You mean in Kansas City?
Yes, in the championship game.
Okay.
So I've heard the argument plenty of times of, well, they run it every time because it's their best play. Yeah. But I feel like if I could see it coming and the Chiefs defense could see it coming too, my question is like, do you think that Joe Brady is lacking or even lacked creativity in those short yardage situations? Because it kind of felt like Buffalo just kept running straight into the teeth of the Kansas City's defense instead of mixing it up or keeping them guessing or, make it look like, hey, we're going to run this. This is the exact formation we go into every time we run this, and then try a swing pass. My concern is that January is going to come around and we're going to do the same thing, or we're not going to have any answers. There's not going to be like any creativity as far as, I even remember Allen one time, I believe he said like, oh, we don't want to show them everything. Well, then we got to the game and there wasn't anything new, right? So I don't know if he's maybe just saying that or what the situation is, but I'd just like to get your thoughts.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts, Noah. Thanks. I'm not at a point where I would label the Bills as, not creative when it comes to that. I think that's the kind of play where creativity isn't really what's called for. But you're saying, should they run a different play? I'm somebody that I think you might be referring to as somebody like this. Allen running is their best play. They really did run him in short yardage 6 times against Kansas City. I'm trying to, while you were talking, I was trying to count. I've got 4, and I'm not done. I'm in the third quarter. Wasn't it said that they always ran left on sneaks? Like, is that a lack of creativity? Always wanting to, go left? There was I can't picture this play. 4th and 1, third quarter, 4th and 1 at the Kansas City 33, Allen right end for 3 yards. Right end is probably like around the right end, not just like right guard. Of course, right end wouldn't mean right guard, but left guard on the play before, left guard, 2nd and goal from the 2, left guard, 3rd and goal from the 1, and then it's the Cook play where he stopped, but he leans the ball in. So I think I've counted 4. I'm guessing the caller's right. 6 sneaks or short yardage runs, and you've got the second to last possession where, well, I guess that's the third to last possession because they scored on their second to last possession, the Samuel touchdown to tie the game. Prior to that is when he gets stopped, left guard on 4th and 1. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion or a criticism of a lack of creativity. I guess you could. I wasn't expecting to be won over necessarily by Joe Brady. I feel like the Dorsey exit was weird. And they waited for a game that they lost on a special teams blunder, as it happens, to make that move. And I guess you'd have to say that it worked out. I mean, they won almost every game after that and had a fine season last year, although they had great seasons with Dorsey as well. You couldn't argue that it didn't work out, I think. But I wasn't assuming that it would work out. I think with Allen here, you almost can't fail. But did the Bills become a team scheme-wise, motion, play action, all kinds of different things that would be, well, to use the caller's word, more creative? I wouldn't have guessed that they would, and I'm not sure that they have been more creative to the caller's sort of overall analysis. What they've done right that I think is the more interesting thing, and it's in keeping with what's happened around the league, is that they leaned into their ability to run the ball. And that's something that I would have, A, not advocated for, B, not really expected to work before it all started. But it has worked. Allen running isn't surprising to me because Allen running is, he's a beast. And so in these kind of 3rd and 3 kind of plays, right end, that kind of thing can come pretty easy to him. So there's that. But, outside of him, I never really thought the Bills becoming more of a running team was in the cards or in their best interest, but they played it right, and again, the whole league kind of forced teams like the Bills into this by how they lined up, what they did, lighter boxes, right? Like they dare you now to run it, and the Bills were willing to do it, and they made it work. And that's, Cook was the beneficiary of that, of course, and Allen too. And you tell me if you feel differently. I think going into this season, that probably continues. Maybe, every game is different. Every opponent will line up a little bit differently. But why wouldn't teams, after last year, go about, just general philosophy, go about things the same way? I want you to need 12 plays to score on me, not 5. And if I back up, 2 high safeties, all that, then you're going to pivot and run the ball, and then, maybe you'll get there, but you're going to have to execute for longer rather than me giving you, easier shots at chunk plays and that kind of thing. I don't expect the league to go back until something else changes. And that means we might be looking forward to a year where, like last year, not just the Bills, but a lot of teams will try to beat you on the ground, which is, maybe not as exciting, but it worked. That's what I would say. So my overall here is just like, I want to give Brady and their offense credit for that. I think they deserve credit for that. But in terms of the one play you're talking about, the quarterback sneak, I don't know, anybody else have a take? Like, what do you want to be different there? Someday, Josh Allen will slow down. And at that point, the Bills will have to come up with new ways to convert 3rd and 3 than just having him, run over linebackers and do what he does. Someday that changes. I doubt it will be this year. Maybe it's gradual. But I think for now, especially when you're trying to get that first title, we've seen the Bills like 2 years ago try to hold him back. And then they were 6-6 and they fired Dorsey and all right, enough. Let him out. And then the volume, his rushing volume significantly picked up. What do you think? 803-0550. It's an interesting discussion. I'm Mike Schopp, back after the update here on WGR. The Bills, I don't think, lost in Kansas City last year because of injuries. The year before was more that was more the story in the game at home. Of course, you want to be healthy. What that point does for me, and you did say something about coaching there in the middle, but the common thread in the 4 losses to Kansas City, and they've beaten them in the regular season 4 years in a row, not even just 2. The common thread is clear. They have not gotten Patrick Mahomes off the field. Period. It's not injuries. It's not Josh Allen. It is that in 4 games against the Bills in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes has pretty much been perfect. And last year that's even more maddening because that Chiefs team was a disaster on offense all season. They were not good at all. Then the Bills walked in for the AFC Championship, and the Chiefs did whatever they wanted. That's it. Like, injuries are always an excuse. It happens. It's real, but it's not over the span of 5 years or even 6 why the Bills have lost. Would you prefer to have everybody healthy? Of course. But it's not why they haven't won. Why they haven't won is that in those games, Mahomes has it's been a cakewalk for him. Whether it's pressure or coverage or scheme or anything else. They have not intercepted him once in those 4 games. He has 1 fumble last year, which led to the Chiefs being a -1 in that game. The Bills were always winning the turnovers and almost always winning games. And finally, I guess it's the Kansas City effect. They did win the turnovers and still lost the game. So that's what has gotten them beat. And, what is this all to say? Oh, Patrick Mahomes? I mean, we're not talking about Tommy DeVito here. Yeah, that's right. But that's what it takes. You have an elite quarterback, too, and we're 0-4.
Choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. Oh, you seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When every day life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again, you gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, sing your highline on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life.
Just about an hour and a half since the deadline has passed for roster cutdown day as NFL teams move their rosters to 53 men, and no official word yet from the Buffalo Bills on what they've done today. The only thing we do know officially is the team has announced they've activated center Cedric Van Pran-Granger off of PUP. He will count towards the 53-man roster. We have gotten reports on some of the players, though, who have been cut. That does include wide receivers KJ Hamler and Laviska Shenault, linebackers Eddie Ulufashio and Jimmy Charlo, along with cornerback Dane Jackson and safety Derek Forrest. And it does appear that wide receiver Tyrell Shavers has made the 53-man roster. But again, nothing official as of yet. Around the rest of the NFL, the Chargers, they are moving running back Najee Harris to the active roster from the non-football injury list. Harris has been dealing with injuries suffered during a firework incident earlier this summer. The Saints have their Week 1 starter at quarterback. It is going to be Spencer Rattler. Former Bills corner Rasul Douglas is going to stay in the AFC East. He is signing with Miami. And former UB linebacker Sean Dolek has made the Rams' 53-man roster after being an undrafted free agent. And then in baseball tonight, the Bisons in action on the road versus Indianapolis. First pitch at 6:35, and you can hear that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think the biggest thing is when we go through our season and we look back at the season, we don't just focus on the good or only focus on the bad, because I think then you lose sight of the big picture. There were some times where some really good plays happened that the scheme might have been terrible and, we just have a freak quarterback, or there might have been some plays that might not have went well and the execution wasn't good enough. But if I got in that situation again, would I call the same play? And so really just take an opportunity to just kind of dive in and just kind of look at everything in a whole. And one thing I can tell you, we obviously have to get better.
Yeah, yes. Joe Brady right there. Does not give you anything to work with in these sound bites. The battle continues. My personal effort to find anything interesting from a Joe Brady clip. I've yet to score on that one. He's a tough nut. Of course, that's just what I'm here for, not what he's here for. I'm sure not playing the same game, or maybe he is. Let's go to Mike next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike. I'm not a huge Joe Brady fan. What that last caller before break, when he talked about the 2 of the 3 prior times being stopped in the same spot, he failed to mention that at the end of the Baltimore game the week before, we had a chance to clinch that game. We had a 3rd and 1 at their 22-yard line, and we tried that same play, and they stopped us. So 3 of the last 4 times it had been stopped. I just find that Brady has become very predictable. I mean, his usage or lack of usage of James Cook in the passing offense. I mean, the average spot that he caught a ball last year was within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage. To me, I think Josh Allen makes Joe Brady and anybody a quote-unquote good coordinator. I just don't think he's got a lot of innovative stuff that you rarely see wide receivers running wide open. It's Josh making these great throws to the guys that are in tight coverage. The Baltimore game earlier in the year, we've got your favorite term, momentum going for us, and he decides to do a trick play that turns into a turnover and the game's over. I think he's got a lot to learn.
Well, okay. I already said to the previous guy how I feel about that. I think it's pretty harsh when you've got the results that the Bills have, but, the same kind of thing has happened with Sean McDermott. Just whether he's a Josh Allen merchant, as they're starting to put it these days, or not. And I guess that argument is there. I think at the risk of sounding, two-faced about it, of course, Allen is the reason, by far the biggest reason, that this all is going this well. But I think coaches have to get some respect for being able to succeed at the Bills level. I just think it has to be true. And my problem with the trick play logic is what is creativity? I've got receivers who are thought to be unable to separate, but the coach can't get them open. Okay, well, if that's true, that's true. I'm down in a game, momentum. I'm down in a game, against a good team and I'm not getting very far doing my usual stuff, so I run a trick play and I get beat on it. What's creativity? Like, that's probably in that bucket. When it doesn't work, though, you're a buffoon. I mean, that's just what trick plays are. So I would say, I was thinking about it some more, during the last break. Is he uncreative? What I didn't think of it before, but what I'd want to see more often on short yardage, especially if it's second down, is play action, kill shot kind of stuff. You've got Coleman. You want Coleman to be somebody who can win down the field. If he's not open, then he can out-jump somebody and win down the field. That's why you got him. And, even if it's not him, Palmer with his speed now, that's what I'd like to see the Bills do more often. Do I need 3rd and 2 to be an option pitch or some sort of fullback lead or something that isn't a Josh Allen sneak? I don't think I do. But I'd like it if more often they would take chances. I mean, it did happen against Kansas City, but your odds of getting stuffed back-to-back with this guy are pretty long. And so take advantage is what I'd want to see him do. Take advantage more when it's not 4th down yet. If you're looking like you're at a part of the field where you think you're going to be going on 4th down, then maybe try something a little more aggressive on 3rd or even 2nd, especially 2nd. Thanks, Mike. Tony's next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Mike. Good afternoon. Hey, I got a QB sneak against Kansas City. I didn't hear much talk about it, but I know I saw a lot online about the Chiefs almost jumping off sides and crashing down the line towards Josh's left, coming from the right side, and that was what led to their success.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I haven't heard much about that since in the offseason, because 6 times you would expect him to get at least 4 or 5, but to get stopped 6 times, that was crazy.
He wasn't stopped all 6, but they did. The caller's complaint was that they ran him what looked like mostly the same play on short yardage 6 times in the game, which might be right. But anyway.
Right. Okay, yeah, no, I got the numbers wrong, but he got stopped more that time to think than all season put together almost in that game. But anyway, so I just had a quick fantasy question for you. Brand new dynasty draft league draft's coming up. I got the 2nd overall. Guy in 1st overall is trying to trade that pick. I was going to offer next year's 1 and 3 and this year's 2nd, so I can take Josh and Jamar Chase 1st and 2nd overall. You think that's a good deal?
It's a great deal for you. If this is a startup league, then the value of these picks are way higher than next year's. Like a 1st round next year in a rookie draft would be worth like a 7th in your startup. Right? Okay. So, I mean, thanks, Tony. You're going to be drafting from everybody in the league. The next year, you're going to be drafting from the rookies. If it's a 2-quarterback league, Allen at 101 is fine. I think Daniels might be better, though, because Daniels has like 6 years on him now. Like, that's a pretty. Allen's been around, and Jackson too. I think in Dynasty, Daniels would be my quarterback 1. You got to be a little bit brave there because he's only done it for the 1 season. But you get everything you want. I mean, he ran for almost 900 yards and maybe 8 touchdowns last year. Was great throwing the ball. I think Daniels, I don't do any kind of my own rankings or whatever, and I haven't done a dynasty startup this year, but I think Daniels would be, if it's a 2-quarterback league, the 1st overall pick. Like, you could pick Chase. You didn't have to pick a quarterback there, but those elite guys are, I think, worth it. I think Daniels would be my 101. Allen, Jackson, right there after him. Any of the 3 is fine. Jay is next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just want to touch on that real quick and throw a curveball in.
Okay.
I believe that it's without a doubt a huge advantage for us to have a quarterback of Josh Allen's size, age, and speed to throw that element in the direct snap run. It's almost similar to the Wildcat, but you actually have a guy that can throw the ball. I had a friend of mine now. I didn't get permission from him, so I don't want to put his name out. He was on the Miami scout team. And we were just talking, and he said why the Wildcat died. It died is because how many running backs can throw a ball from, let's just say, 5 to 7 yards in the air accurately, and we're talking about after maybe a 5-yard drop back. So that's, 10 to 13 yards in the air. So all defenses did was start crowding the line because at first it was the element of surprise. But 90% of the time the Wildcat was ran, it was a run. So it was no pass element. So the fact that Allen can audible out of that run, maybe if he sees it's a crowd on the left side, that gives us just such an element of surprise. And I believe that that's an advantage that we'll have forever. Well, obviously, while he's still young.
Sure.
My curveball is I was talking to an older guy, and I just want to know your opinions on this.
Okay.
What do you think was the best era of the Bills? It was between, obviously, the late 80s, early 90s, 4 Super Bowl time Bills, league MVP on the Bills with Thurman, or this last 6-year run with Josh Allen, a league MVP on the Bills, 5 AFC East championships, as well as 2 AFC championship appearances.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I picked the latter. I picked the one of this year only because now his argument was the 4 Super Bowls. I was a little young, about 8 years old. Hey, you had to live it to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, it was the time of our lives going to 4 straight. My argument was the Allen era because of it ended the drought. Not only did we end the drought after 7 years of agony, we didn't just make the playoffs and then miss the playoffs. We've made the playoffs and been no lower than the 3rd seed every year. Always contended, never bounced out of the first round except for that one in Houston, obviously breaking the drought. So I just thought it had a little bit more edge on this last 6 years than 88 to 93. I just wanted your opinion on that. Best era of the Bills.
Okay. I like your breakdown. I think, and you can tell me what answer I'm giving you by this, I think this team is better. These 6 years are, I mean, I don't have any problem saying that at all. I think these teams are better than those teams. Those teams would finish near the bottom in defense. This team doesn't lose. When they lose, it's by a fluke almost, including the playoffs. Not a fluke, but it's so close. So I think these teams are better, but I think that was a better era because they went further.
And you know what? That's a very great point because I did bring up, too, we were only in one of the Super Bowls, which was the first one, blown out in 2. I said the only playoff game that I consider a blowout where I just feel like we never had a chance was that Bengals game.
Yeah.
Every other game we were in it to the end, you know?
Yeah. Even the first loss in Kansas City, you're up 9-0.
No, in Texas. That was the Texans.
No, I mean the biggest loss to the Chiefs was that first AFC Championship, but they were up in the game. Like it got away from them. But
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, Jay. I enjoyed your question. What's the answer then? What's the best era? I mean, they weren't coming out of a 17-year drought in 1988, but they were coming out of a drought. They were coming out of the depths. They were worse than the drought Bills ever were pre-Kelly. I mean, the worst team in the NFL, back-to-back. One of the worst, if not the worst, 2-14 back-to-back. The drought Bills never gave you that. And I mentioned the other day talking to Bulldog about a game I went to where there were like 20,000 people there. It's insane to think that was real. So it wasn't as long as the drought, but it was something akin, just like, wow, this team is good now. And winning the AFC Championship 4 years in a row. Come on. First one's insane. You've never had a Bills moment like it. Second one was gripping and nerve-wracking, but you won back-to-back. The third one in Miami is my favorite of them all. There's something about winning on the road where the place is just like quiet. Here's the Marino Dolphins. Every minute you heard about how, and why would this be true, by the way? He never expected to have it be so hard to get to a second Super Bowl. Why would he not have expected it to be hard? Like, what is it supposed to be easy? Like, whatever. And he never makes it back. And in your face, in your stadium, with that on the line, so good. That was my favorite. Then the fourth one, again, like, come on, this is a joke. Joe Montana, Kansas City, all fancy, and it was like a total mismatch. It got to be like an eye roll. They're winning the AFC Championships. Like, oh yeah, okay. Right, of course, that's what happens. And this team has obviously not done that. I think, what is this to say? I mean, the legacy of all this is on the line by what happens from here. You can make a 6-year window. With the Kelly Bills, you can make it his whole career. You can go 88. You can go just into his career to just out of it. You go 88 to 99. They're in the playoffs 10 out of 12 years. And those were incredible seasons. Maybe you get to a point here where it's 10 or 12 years and you can compare, and maybe the Bills will flip the script on winning in the AFC playoffs. Right now, their legacy is, like the Ravens, a great team, or if you can't call them great because of the results, a very good team that fell short. That has to change, or else that's what it's going to go down as, just kind of like it did for the Kelly Bills, just it was in the Super Bowl, not the AFC Championship or divisional round. Often, at least. Mike Schopp here. Bulldog is off. We're still looking for the cuts. I'll be here. Well, I'm not going past 7, right? I mean, that's as long as I'm willing to wait. I'm sorry. Say what you want. That's what I'm giving you. Well, it's still not even 6. Lines are open for your calls, 803-0550. This is WGR. I mean, the Bills, I don't think, lost in Kansas City last year because of injuries. The year before was more the story in the game at home. Of course, you want to be healthy. What that point does for me, and you did say something about coaching there in the middle, but the common thread in the 4 losses to Kansas City, and they've beaten them in the regular season 4 years in a row, not even just 2. The common thread is clear. They have not gotten Patrick Mahomes off the field. Period. It's not injuries. It's not Josh Allen. I mean, it is that in 4 games against the Bills in the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes has pretty much been perfect. And last year that's even more maddening, because that Chiefs team was a disaster on offense all season. They were not good at all. Then the Bills walked in for the AFC Championship, and the Chiefs did whatever they wanted. That's it. Injuries are always an excuse. It happens. It's real, but it's not over the span of 5 years or even 6 why the Bills have lost. Would you prefer to have everybody healthy? Of course. But it's not why they haven't won. Why they haven't won is that in those games, Mahomes has it's been a cakewalk for him. Whether it's pressure or coverage or scheme or anything else. They have not intercepted him once in those 4 games. He has 1 fumble last year, which led to the Chiefs being a -1 in that game. The Bills were always winning the turnovers and almost always winning games. And finally, I guess it's the Kansas City effect. They did win the turnovers and still lost the game. So that's what has gotten them beat. And, what is this all to say? Oh, Patrick Mahomes? I mean, we're not talking about Tommy DeVito here. Yeah, that's right. But that's what it takes. You have an elite quarterback, too, and we're 0-4.
sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make
Welcome back. It is deadline day for NFL cuts. The deadline was 4. We do not have the Bills list yet. Are they being cheeky again this year? It's the last 2 years, same thing happened. Or is there some good reason? I don't know. I will not take it personally. I very much doubt it has anything to do with me. By the way, the Seattle Mariners catcher has 50 home runs. Cal Raleigh. I hesitated there because I wasn't sure how I wanted to deliver that. I didn't mean to condescend, the Seattle Mariners catcher. But did you guys know that? Did you guys know that there's a player on the Mariners that has 50 homers, and it's still August? 50 home runs in 129 games, Cal Raleigh. By the way, also, for all the times we've mentioned this on the reference sites, baseballreference.com in this case, and how everybody has a nickname that you'd never heard used before, he does not have his nickname on his page, the Big Dumper. It's like the most prevalent nickname in baseball, isn't it? Like just about right now, 50 homers. Is it controversial? Can we not? Is it swearing? What is the objection to putting the Big Dumper on his page? I mean, he doesn't seem to mind it. I don't know. I've never heard him talk, but if he did, they'd probably not call him that. He got 50 homers. Seems pretty comfortable in his skin and his nickname, I'm guessing. Does a home run record chase still matter? Does it only matter if the guy's on the Yankees or Ohtani? Can it, if a tree falls in the forest, if a Mariners player chases Judge or Maris or even Bonds, does it count? Like, does it rate at all? Of course it does. I mean, all of this is terrible to say. Just like, I mean, I'm not a hater or anything. It's just like Seattle might be the number one market for anonymity. West Coast, and just like they've never even made the World Series, just kind of a team. Even if it's like Tampa or something, their games are on when we're awake. If a guy on Tampa had 50 homers, I think I'd hear more about it. Maybe you're getting all the Cal Raleigh updates you could possibly handle. I don't feel like I am. 50 homers in August. His career high was 34. Still good. He's had more every year in his career. It'll be tough next year. 2, 27, 30, 34, and 50 with 14 steals, by the way, for the Mariners catcher. He must DH some. I don't know. He must. No catchers playing behind the plate every day. The Yankee, one of the Yankee catchers is kind of interesting, Ben Rice. Homered last night. And, you see him DH or even play first, I think, sometimes. But he's over 20 homers. He had a huge long home run last night against Washington. 50, though. Does it exist in the world if it's happening with the Mariners? Of course it does. We'll take a break. Look for those cuts again. I'm just here doing that. 803-0550 to call in. Like Jay's question, comparing the Allen Bills to the Kelly years. That's there for you, too, if you want it. I'm Mike Schopp, and this is WGR.
Roller coaster, It's taking over. It's about time.
Listening to a podcast where somebody made a point about it was a host, a radio host, who's like, people forget about the human side of this. I don't forget. I think it would be the hardest thing about being Sean McDermott professionally, or Brandon Beane, would be to have, you're calling how many 20, 30 guys into your office and telling them that, the job isn't available. And, these guys are, I don't want to be too dramatic, but they're sweating for you. They're doing all the work every day. It's been like their life's dream is to play in the NFL. They're on the field in these preseason games. Like, it's real. It's right there. And then today's the day and the season is next week, and you call them in and say, nope. I think that would be the easily hardest thing about that job. Way harder than telling somebody, I think, I don't know, I have no experience at this, but telling somebody that has played for you and had an NFL career that you're moving on. Like telling Jordan Poyer that there's no room for you on the Bills anymore. Like, okay, well, that's probable, but he's made millions and he can't resent you. Like he shouldn't, maybe. Like, it's just different than telling somebody that's never played a down in the league for real, gotten a paycheck, that they're not wanted. I think that would be the hardest thing. But I want to say this too, as somebody that for many, many years has built my opinions and sort of belief system from what the data tells you. Something that, speaking of working in my old job 24 years ago, whatever it is, like, wasn't even really available then. It's hard for me to get into today from a business standpoint, not from a personal one. From a personal one, anybody can appreciate the stress and the sadness, whatever it is, that goes into telling these guys, like, good luck to you, goodbye.
And I said something about being in the roster management. Thinking about it, it probably didn't make much sense with what I said, but I just feel like my frustration just really roots back to 13 seconds. And then, then the Bengals game, and then, everything that happened therefore after. But the 13-second thing is, I feel like it's just something that's going to always be on their back and keeps fans constantly on McDermott and Beane for even the littlest thing, because the frustration links back to that. I don't know if you got that same sense or not or what, but I'm just saying how I personally feel.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike. You're certainly, you have a lot of company. I know Bulldog says the same thing a lot, like that from the very day that it happened. That game will haunt them until they win. It's really a matter of how you want to look at it. I don't want to be dragged around by that. Like, it's one thing to feel like these seasons are defined by the playoffs, but I don't want to be so resigned to that I just can't enjoy any of it until they win because of what happened 4 years ago. I don't know. Wide right defined this franchise, and you could say still does. And that's 35 years ago. But, it depends on how you want to look at it. I think I'll just say this. If you are a team like this that has made the playoffs 6 years in a row and won the division, home playoff game or games 5 years in a row, whatever your closest loss is going to be the one that you think about the most, because that's as close as you got. And, last year isn't that different than 13 seconds. Both were back and forth games in Kansas City. Last year, you had the ball with a chance to win and couldn't. And, 13 seconds is in a class of its own for, like, how close you really were to winning that game. I'm not saying they're the same, but it's just the close calls. It's just sort of natural, right? The close calls are the ones that will haunt you until you win. And then, good news, when you win, who cares?
Sing your highline on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster
After waiting just about 2 hours since the deadline, the Bills have officially released their 53-man roster and the players who have been cut. We'll get to more of that after this update. Sal Capaccio will also be rejoining the show to help break that all down, so do stay tuned for that. Around the rest of the NFL, the Chargers are moving on from running back Najee Harris, they are moving running back Najee Harris to the active roster from the non-football injury list. Harris, he's been dealing with injury suffered during a firework incident earlier this summer. The Saints have named Spencer Rattler as their Week 1 starter at quarterback. Former Bills corner Rasul Douglas, he's going to be staying in the AFC East. He is signing with Miami. While Titans running back Tajay Spears, he's going to be placed on IR as he deals with a high ankle sprain. He will miss at least the first 4 games. And then in baseball, Bison's in action tonight on the road versus Indianapolis. First pitch at 6:35. That game can be heard on our sister station, The Bet 1520. While the Jays, Yankees, and Mets all in action just after 7 o'clock. Toronto will host the Twins. The Yankees have the Nationals in town, while the Mets host Philadelphia. And then a reminder that Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long, and visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart.
Where'd you get that thing? I trapped it. Been keeping it in my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared, that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do. Namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, we begged for it. We couldn't wait any longer. And the cuts are in, and there's really nothing you didn't know already or wouldn't have guessed. The news here is that Max Hairston went to IR, designated for return, so he'll miss the first 4 games, and there's no actionable anything here on Trey White. Like he was not. You have 2. Sal's the one who should explain this, and we'll try to get him in a minute here, but I think you only have the 2 spots for IR guys that can come back. You want to put a 3rd guy on IR, it's somebody that would miss the year, I believe. And they went with Tylen Grable and Hairston for those 2 spots. So no real update here within this on White, except that he wasn't placed on IR, which is good. You know, that injury might have looked like it could have been Achilles or it could have been severe. Doesn't sound like, from this anyway, that's the case. So that's good. Most of the names you'd know from the cuts are names we've talked about and already had reported that they wouldn't be making the team. Frank Gore Jr. was released. Maybe that one wasn't out. Zach Davidson, another one. Here's Sal with us here on the West Her Hotline. Sal, you've seen the list. What's most interesting to add to our previous conversation? I think I'd start with Hairston.
Yeah, for sure. Not a surprise to me. I've been saying that I think Max Hairston would start on IR. It just made sense, right? I mean, like, he is probably a little ways away. That's Sean McDermott's words from last week. So he's a little ways away. So it made sense he would start on IR. Then you don't have to put him on the 53-man roster. I think more interesting to me was the fact they put Tylen Grable on IR to return, and Cedric Van Pran Granger did not start on PUP. So I went back and I looked. I believe that was the only thing that I missed on. Everything else I had for projected 53 is exactly what it was, except for that particular change, which is I had Cedric Van Pran Granger starting on PUP, Tylen Grable on the roster, but instead it's going to be Van Pran Granger on the roster, Tylen Grable on IR. Otherwise, no surprises from me. I don't think, Mike, I'm looking at it right now. I don't think there's anything there that I would be surprised by. But if you want to talk about the name, sure, Max Hairston, and the interesting move there for sure. Not a surprise, but it just means that, well, how about this? I think this is part of it that's interesting. This means Tre'Davious White should be good to go in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what becomes interesting about that move.
Yeah, right. And I just mentioned that as well, that there's nothing about him here, and he's not on this IR for return. So he's, he might miss, we don't know, he might miss a game or two, but he doesn't have to miss 4. And Hairston, this also is obvious. Just we've been talking about this since he went down. Like this is important time. And now his career waits until at least week 5, coming off the injury as a rookie with very little camp work in. He might, I don't want to say he'll lose the year or anything like that, but it might be a while before he can really help them.
Yeah, I agree, and it reminds me a bit of Cole Bishop last year. And of course, Cole Bishop didn't start an IR or anything like that, but Cole Bishop was a guy who missed all that training camp time last year and preseason. And by the time that he was, kind of ready to play, he was already way behind on reps. And I think that's the case here at Max Harrison. So, you hope that he can just get back in the mix a little bit here after 4 weeks. So the way it's going to work with Max Harrison, and by the way, with both Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi, because they are on the reserve suspended list. All of these guys, they're all going to be out for 4 games minimum, and then they can begin practicing with the team after 4 games. And now in Harrison's case, the team doesn't have to do that. They can wait as long as they want on IR when he's ready. Hoyt and Ogunjobi will basically, that will happen after 4 games. And then they can start practicing, and then they have 2 more games they have to sit. Harrison's case, he doesn't. Once 4 games are up, they can begin practicing him at any time, and they can activate him at any time after that.
A couple of players that we did talk about earlier, but now we have the official list here. Tyrell Shavers is not on it, so he is on the roster. I'm looking at a list of the players who were released. And that doesn't come as a surprise to you. I know I asked you this earlier, but fans are probably wondering, well, what will this mean? Did Shavers do enough to be relevant, like going into the Baltimore game? What are we looking at, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be a guy that plays mainly special teams, excuse me, and maybe gets a few breadcrumbs on offense here or there. It's hard for me to see, short of injury, him really being on the field very much. This is probably a situation where if you have Curtis Samuel or Elijah Moore, or more Samuel, I guess, if he's not fully healthy and he's not completely participating or not super comfortable there, then you're probably looking at Tyrell Shavers eating up some snaps there. But I just think that you have to also remember the pass catchers. It's not just the receivers, as we know, Mike, right? It's Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. The guys out of the backfield. There's just how many footballs to go around. There's not a lot. And how many snaps there, depending on how you want to divvy that up. You're relying on those guys to catch passes too. So different alignments, different personnel. I just don't see there's a pathway for him to be playing a ton of snaps right away. But when he's been out there, he's made plays, and I wouldn't expect anything different when he is out there to, catch the ball, make a couple of plays. And, we might be sitting here after a few weeks going, okay, get the guy on the field a little bit more because he makes plays out there.
Right. Chenault and even Hamler. So we're back in Brandon Codrington, right? Punts and kickoffs?
Yeah, I would say Brandon Codrington, clearly the number 1 punt returner and the main punt returner. You could even say lone, I guess, in this case. But obviously you have Khalil Shakir who could do it if you needed him to. That's obviously development, too. That's really, encouraging just to bring that up, which Khalil Shakir has not practiced in a while. He hasn't played in a while, but obviously with him, being on the 53-man roster, that's encouraging for him. You could put him back there if you needed him to, but you also have, guys on kickoffs. Brandon Codrington would be doing kickoffs with probably, I'd say Ty Johnson and Ray Davis would be the most likely to join him there. And, not a surprise there. We talked about Chenault a little bit, so you're probably looking at your 2 returners as Codrington and one of the kickers, and then Codrington is your main punt returner.
Some of the predicting for the roster was that there might be Curtis Samuel versus Elijah Moore. Maybe Samuel could have been a trade candidate, and maybe he was right to be considered that, but he wasn't traded, and they're both on the team. Is it if you think back to maybe not the last time you did a 53-man prediction, but going back earlier into the summer, would it have surprised you that they'd both survive?
No, it didn't, but it always was something in the back of your head where you're thinking, okay, is there room for both of them? Think about their 2 skill sets, what they want. But, to me, once they signed Elijah Moore, I figured, especially given some guaranteed money, he was probably earmarked to make the team. And you kind of knew that already with Curtis Samuel, to be quite honest. So, I think now it becomes, where do they fit in the offense? What are their roles in the offense? Can you put them on the field at the same time? How does all that work? I think for me, it's more about that than it is necessarily on the team. It's more about on the offense and how it all works together.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Phillips is on the list of players released, but he's headed to the practice squad, and probably so are a good many of these other guys, or a few.
Yeah, for sure. So you're going to get 16 guys on the practice squad, actually 17 with an international player. That would be Travis Clayton. So, if they choose to keep Travis Clayton on the practice squad, they'll get 17 practice squad players. Jordan Phillips would be one of them. As I reported yesterday, he went to the he was signed to the 90-man roster. He was released. He's going to go on the practice squad. And what does that mean? Does that mean that he's going to be elevated for the game against the Baltimore Ravens? It's very possible. Is that why they did it? Are they looking at basically him having a role in that game, and that's specifically why they signed him? I am curious about that. Or is it simply, hey, we want a veteran defensive tackle? A couple developments today, too, where there has been a lot of talk about, would the Bills release Larry Ogunjobi? He has guaranteed money. We have some money, I should say, where you could save some money. They didn't. They put him on the suspended list where he moved over there. They didn't release him and Michael Hoyt, as we know. So, but I would put this out there that because Larry Ogunjobi is a veteran defensive tackle who they're not going to have on their team for 6 weeks, that at least for practicing, maybe Jordan Phillips is simply the replacement for him numbers-wise, to have a guy on the practice squad that's a veteran that if you have to call upon, you have, because you don't have Larry Ogunjobi.
Mm-hmm. Zach Davidson, you're not surprised he was released. Are you disappointed?
Yeah, I'm disappointed for him. Anytime you see a guy, like, I guess in that regard, he's been on the team for a few years. People forget Zach Davidson's been around several years now with the Bills. Started his career with the Minnesota Vikings. I think, there's the punt was incredible, obviously, and I heard people saying, like, oh, my God, keep him as a punter. Well, there's a lot more that goes into punting. There's just booting one punt, which was great for him. But there's, you have to work with the special teams unit and know the game plan and who you're going against and where you want to punt it. He's a tight end. That's what he does. If he wants to try his hand at being strictly more of a punter in the NFL, then, good on him. But I think that he is a valuable practice squad piece at tight end, because I think he's kind of a Dalton Kincaid replacement if something were to happen to him. You have three different really styles at tight end here, Mike, for the Bills. You have Dalton Kincaid, who's really more the pure pass catcher. You have Jackson Hawes, who's really just a pure blocker. And then you have Dawson Knox, who's in the middle. So, you put Zach Davidson on the roster, on the practice squad. If something's to happen to Dalton Kincaid, I think that's your replacement there. I
have to ask, why was he punting Saturday?
Because Brad Robbins was sick. They didn't want Brad Robbins to have to do too much. He got sick, and he made the trip. They said he's going to hold, but he's not going to punt. They didn't want to put that much on him while he was sick, and so he was sick, so he didn't punt, but he held. And on top of that, it gave them a chance, like they did with Ray Davis, to have a guy that they could put out there and say, hey, do we have a guy in a pinch here? We know he could do it. Let's put him out there and make sure that we're good there.
Just one or two more quickly here, Sal. Dane Jackson being released, do you think he's practice squad bound, or is it over?
I would think he'd be on the practice squad, especially considering, Max Harrison is on IR and Tre'Davious White is dealing with some sort of injury. I mean, it would just make sense. But if not, I would really expect them to bring in another corner on the practice squad with a little experience. If it's not Dane Jackson, it's probably someone else, to be quite honest with you, because I think they need that. I mean, you could go with Jamarcus Ingram, that's fine, and maybe that's what winds up happening here. And, he's going to have a role, obviously, Jamarcus Ingram. But I said, Mike, last week while you're out, I said, to me, it was all or nothing with Dane Jackson. It all depended on Tre'Davious White's injury. If Tre'Davious White was hurt and he was going to miss some time, I think not only Dane Jackson would make the team, I think he actually would start week one against the Ravens. But if Tre'Davious White's okay, I think Dane Jackson's off the team and then maybe on the practice squad, and then you can elevate him.
Okay. And backup quarterback, just your thoughts on Trubisky here. Did White just not do enough?
Yeah, that's right. I think that by the time we got to the end of camp, Mike, I think everybody kind of saw that it was Trubisky and not White. What's interesting to me, though, is who's going to be the practice squad quarterback. Is it White or is it Shane Buechele? Maybe you guys have seen something on that. I have not seen any reporting specifically on that, but that's pretty much what we're probably monitoring now is who's going to be the practice squad quarterback.
All right. Thanks, Sal, for coming back on.
Okay, you got it, man. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. The Bills announced their 53-man roster. Well, we'll have to figure out what is fair to expect from Hairston. I mean, the Bills needed a corner in that draft more than anything else. There's the requisite, allotment of interior defensive linemen, and that's where defense is where they put most of their draft capital, of course. But as we talked about a lot before the draft, thinking about Sal coming on all the time, and that position was the one where they didn't have a clear starter. I mean, Trey White, you're hoping that he reverts to form and maybe you get away with it, but you're still drafting Hairston. And if he doesn't win the job right away, then he's going to eventually, or else you have a problem. And now their problem is, and this is without even considering whether White is hurt, is that, like I said with Sal, it's at least 4 weeks where he's out. And again, not surprising based on how everybody's been talking, but still. So you're to week 5, and does he just get right on the field? I think that's probably a ramp up. It's a rookie who's had very little practice time in the league. So, I mean, no doubt a good athlete, somebody with instincts and enough to be a first-round pick. But I wonder just what kind of hole they're in there. I mean, I don't say this in a negative way. The Bills have gotten away with a lot. I mean, they have been able to withstand injuries and, retirements, guys aging out, Hyde, Poyer, change, in a nicer sense, change on their defense for years. And this is really where McDermott makes his money. This is where he comes through, is making it work at a pretty high level usually. Last year it fell off a little bit with these changes. I wonder what he thinks right now of where they're at in the secondary. He doesn't have Hairston for a month. He doesn't have his first-round pick. Whatever he's got with White, injured or not, would be interesting to know, like for real, what he thinks of White's quality at this point. And then Bishop, too. I mean, that was our conversation a week ago. Right out of the Bears game was McDermott's comments about not knowing really what he's got at safety. I mean, I think any team can reach a point where it starts to fall off, and it's just like kind of a situation where we haven't had much of this with them since this all took off, and it took off with McDermott and eventually Allen, but with Hyde and Poyer defensively as your cogs. And like we've talked about recently with this all in mind, nobody listening now needs to be told just what their value was. We knew that, but it still doesn't quite get the attention maybe it deserves. Just attention in the sense of just how important it was for the Bills to have those two guys. I mean, you had everything. You had reliability, right? That's big. They're both super durable. They almost never missed plays for years. So you've got, that's perfect. Never hurt, really. I mean, eventually, but always on the field. Always knew where to be. Always knew where each other was and how they played off each other. And then you also got plays, not just two guys that wouldn't get you beat, but you also got big plays from each of them. I mean, that's just like A++. And both are gone, so there has to be transition. That's life. That's football. Questionable at safety, questionable at one corner. I'm not going to bring Benford into this because I think he's fine. He's excellent. And I think Rapp is good enough. He's good enough for our not to be, scrutinizing him all the time necessarily. But we'll see what happens, next time around here. Well, we don't know, but they're tested at least at defensive back. And eventually, maybe tomorrow, I don't know what the schedule is. It's kind of a weird time with there being no game this week. So there'll probably be some days off in here before everything gets real next week. I mean, what happens usually as you get to week 1, Tuesday is the normal off day. Wednesday's media day. Maybe we'll have that tomorrow. I didn't think to ask Sal. But eventually we'll get some sort of news on Trey White. All right, there you go. A lot of these guys will be around on the practice squad and still be able to be talked about. Frank Gore Jr., 3 running backs. I mean, it's 3 running backs. It's not, they didn't. That's still interesting to me. I'm thinking back to before the draft when Cook's status was more in question, whether or not they would draft somebody, because everybody loved this year for running backs. Remember Bulldog saying he didn't think they would unless they thought they were in bad with Cook. If they thought he was going to be a real problem, like to stay away, then they would draft somebody, and if they didn't think that, then they wouldn't. And he was right. They didn't draft a running back at all. There were so many exciting prospects. Yeah, I guess these hold-ins work. Worked for Cook. Worked for Terry McLaurin. Even Hendrickson, he got a $14 million raise. That's an interesting one. McLaurin first. So the consensus on him seemed to be, okay, come on, though. All right, you're trying to capitalize on your big year. That's what Cook did. That's what players will do. Last year of a deal, and he had a lot of leverage, McLaurin, on a team that out of nowhere went far. They went to the NFC Championship. He's the number 1 receiver on a Jaden Daniels team. What are you going to do, Washington? So he had them. I mean, they didn't have to pay him, but they eventually did. This is right when these things break, right at the end of the preseason. Post-camp, post-preseason, you had that with McLaurin and Hendrickson in a span of one day. But he got top 10 receiver money, and kind of nobody thought he was that good enough to deserve that. But he had him, and he won. So for all the energy that some fans spend on how it's, you've got a contract, you should honor it, sort of how our lives tend to work. In pro sports, it doesn't always have to go like that. And McLaurin ends up, 3 for 96. It's crazy. And he's old for a receiver. He's not old for like a person. So he won easily. He won huge with Washington. And Hendrickson, that's different. They just added $14 million to his number for this season and left it at that. And he agreed. So he'll be up after this season unless something else happens. They didn't give him a new contract beyond this year. They just added to his pay this year, $14 million, a pretty good little bump. But he's driving to Florida. He comes back. Wasn't he a little bit vocal too? It's just part of the whole deal, I guess. Say what you need to say. And, he did all right. He'll be on the field for Cincinnati week 1, you'd have to think. Same with McLaurin and Washington. So you can go ahead and draft Terry McLaurin, by the way. I guess that's safe to do now. It always was. What was going to happen? They had to do it. And, of course, Cook got settled a couple of weeks ago now, so nothing to worry about there. McLaurin is not my favorite fantasy pick because it's touchdown regression likely, like we talk about with Cook a lot. And there are so many receivers who go right around where he goes that you can pick Terry McLaurin, but you can also pick, it's almost 10 other guys, from Evans and McMillan in Carolina and Waddle and Olave, who's a little bit later, and Odunze in Chicago, and Ibuka in Tampa now has moved up to this range, and Zay Flowers and Devontae Smith. They're all like picks 35 to 50, kind of. And McLaurin is right in there. So if you love him or you want to draft Daniels, you can justify it more that way. But I doubt you get the same big. Maybe you do. He's still good. And you have Daniels in Washington, but I doubt you get the same touchdown. I just always would bet against that when it spikes like it did for Cook or for McLaurin. 803-0550 if you want to talk about the roster, the season, any of it. I'm here for it until 7. This is Mike Schopp on WGR.
he's loaded, but it's weird. Like, you look at him like, oh, he's just going to be straight power. But the way he gets off the ball and he can get his hips through, and like he turns into like almost, I don't know how to say it, but like a little ballerina almost. And like the way he's able to move his body around, it doesn't make sense how big he is. He's able to move like that.
Yeah.
And so like he's able to quickly get upfield and does a great job in the run game, like swimming past people, or just, you know how you do like arm over, like if you're getting beat on outside zone, you arm over and pull him up the field.
Right.
He does that on defense, and it's great to see that. Like he watches us and does our moves against us too.
Connor McGovern with Eric Wood talking about defensive lineman Deion Walker on Eric's podcast. Mike Schopp here with you until 7. Bulldog is off this week. 803-0550 is the number. Just discovering a few seconds ago who Graham Mertz is. Didn't know that one. Graham Mertz. 6th round pick by the Texans this year. Quarterback, played at Wisconsin and Florida. You can do that now. I was watching a plentiful amount of Stanford versus Hawaii on Saturday. That was one. I mentioned how I went to Louisville for drafts, and I had one at 10:30 in the morning and another at 11 at night. From like 7 o'clock on, I felt like I was staying awake because I had a flight or something. One of those where you can't really just, you don't want to fall asleep. I don't want to, miss my flight, but you're just like sitting there. Well, this is me anyway, not productive. I was in a hotel room anyway. It wasn't like I could have been cleaning my house or whatever, but just sitting there waiting, and that was what was on. Stanford, Hawaii. And the Stanford quarterback started at Oregon State, and maybe his first game was a win over Stanford. So now he's at Stanford. And a guy from Hawaii who scored a touchdown had been on Stanford. So now he's on Hawaii. And I'm so bright that when Hawaii took the lead, I'm like, this is Hawaii. Stanford has been 3-9 3 years in a row, I believe. But still, like, this is Hawaii. Let's just go bet. I'm at a casino. It's in the air. Let's just go bet Stanford. And they take the lead and then lose. Frank Reich is the Stanford coach. And I guess he's doing that for 1 year. Andrew Luck, who college football teams have general managers now, he hired Reich, who was his last coach with the Colts, to take over that program, I guess, in the short term. Graham Mertz, anyway, this was about him. I'm taking his moment away from him. That the Texans kept 3 quarterbacks: C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, and this Graham Mertz. The Bills kept 2. Allen, right, and Mitch Trubisky. That's what they did. Yeah, that was a long day. I probably should have done the thing I said I was going to do, which is like drive into Louisville and see Louisville, instead of just sit in that room and then occasionally, pop down to play blackjack or something. I saw one, I hate to say it, and I escaped, but I saw one of the all-time, would I say a cooler stretch in blackjack where, like, the dealer can't miss. That is tough to watch. I sort of pulled back on my betting and got a couple of lucky cards, then got out of there before it got too rough. But just one of those where, you've been there. You have your friends with you, and everybody's sitting down at the table, getting into it. And the dealer just could not miss. And one guy was dropping $350 a hand and just getting buried by this dealer. Like, just, wow. And, here comes the dealer with his fancy 6, 8, 2, 5 combo. You got to love that. 6, we got him. 8, oh, we got him. 2, whoo, we got 5. 21. Uh-oh, wait a minute. That's bad. And then the guy who was, I don't know why I need to tell you all this. I guess I don't. The guy who was putting literally, we had time to count because he would lose and then he would just reach into his pocket for more money. And that would like stop stopped the game, and a couple other guys were losing and doing the same thing. So, you'd sort of take a peek over how many chips are in that little circle right there. Oh, $350. And just dealer, bam, 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 bam. Brutal. Anyway, we've got the Bills roster. We talked about that. We've also got from Bet Online, always love this stuff, what do we call these? Exact division order odds. That's what they call them. Let's go with that. The exact order of finish in the AFC East. Can you guess what the favorite combination would be? Bills, of course, 1. Then it goes New England, Miami, Jets. That pays plus 280. So the chalk, that's almost just like betting. No, actually it isn't. I was going to say betting the Bills alone, but that's like minus 250, not plus. That exact order is the considered likeliest to happen. Bills, Patriots, Dolphins, Jets. The second favorite is just flip the Jets and Dolphins and move Miami to last. Keep New England second. They like New England that much. Then it would be flipping Miami and New England. So the dare I say it, the shortest odds on any AFC East combo where the Bills are not in first, New England, Buffalo, Miami, Jets. Like 10-1 in that kind of range. I think you could play around with this one after the Bills. Or even, you could, I guess, make an argument for New England. That would pay. I want it to pay pretty good. If I'm going to do this, I want to really hit. And so you'd either have to bet against the Bills winning or get a little creative with the rest of it, which would be, I think, moving the Jets up to second and then doing, either New England or Miami. Those are pretty close to the same odds. That's plus 850. Bills, Jets, Patriots, Dolphins. How about in the NFC East? Exact order of finish. Nobody wins the NFC East 2 years in a row. It has not happened in 21 years. I don't think that matters. Does it matter? Why would it matter? Philadelphia has really established itself as a powerhouse, I think. And maybe a lot of these other years, I guess I could think back to like the Washington team with Robert Griffin, or the Giants with Eli, maybe, like just not consistently great. I don't know what Dallas would be here. Dallas had a lot of good teams with Romo and then Prescott, but never back-to-back division titles in those years. Philadelphia 1, Washington, Dallas, Giants. I think that's probably the same as last year, right? That's the favorite order of finish in the NFC East. I mentioned very early today how it sounds to me that everybody thinks Miami will be terrible, and everybody also thinks New England will be good. That New England schedule, you really just have to see or hear it to believe. How many games do they lose in the first, ADP chasing, I brought this up this morning. You can watch that on YouTube. You can watch this on YouTube. And why wouldn't you? The first 13 games, it's a 17-game season. Here are the Patriots' first 13 games. Raiders at home, at Miami, Steelers at home, Carolina at home, here, at New Orleans, at Tennessee, Browns at home, Atlanta at home, at Tampa, Jets at home, Cincinnati away, then the Giants at home. If they're good, like legit good, that's 9-4. Bye week, they have a late bye week, the Patriots. Then it's Bills, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. The Patriots to make the playoffs is a bet I'm going to make. And even though I'm in New York, I can do that. They did have, very exciting, I even had to tell Sam Panayotovich immediately, I couldn't wait to tell him, that they have awards betting in Indiana. That's where I was. It's the Kentucky Fantasy Football State Championships that are held in Indiana. It's close to Kentucky. For some reason, they do that. But I checked, and there it is. MVP, Offensive Player of the Year. I placed 2 bets. The one that I had been thinking about and talking to Sam about when he was in Las Vegas and he couldn't place it. I couldn't place it because I'm in New York. He couldn't place it, and on his phone unless he had done it at the window or something if they had it, but didn't happen. The Offensive Player of the Year, I told you I like my long shots. This is certainly that. George Kittle. That's nuts, right? How will George Kittle win Offensive Player of the Year? This is how. The league continues down the path of taking away deep balls. It becomes harder for the likes of Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson to put up massive seasons, massive games. I mean, look, I'm already in tough here because they're so good that it's probably not realistic to think Jamar Chase will, bomb or something. But I think maybe we get a little lucky and no receiver just dominates. There's been a lot of that. We had it with Chase last year. He won all the stats. We had it with Tyreek Hill a year or two before that when he was up near 2,000 yards, where you had receivers that were obvious for the award. So we have to duck that. We can't have running backs going for 2,000 yards again either. There's a lot that has to go right here. Really, it's just, I'm coming at this from the wrong direction. It's really just, here you have Kittle, who is your favorite football player's favorite football player is George Kittle. Best overall player in the league kind of guy here. You think New England's schedule is easy. San Francisco is even better, easier than that. And think about the change the Niners have undergone here. They still have McCaffrey, and that will be in the way because he's great. If he's healthy, that's a problem. But Debo is gone. Ayuk is hurt and is likely to miss 6 games. Then who knows what? Jawan Jennings is maybe hurt. He's not practicing. He wants a new deal. I don't know what that is. Ricky Pearsall was a first-round pick last year that didn't do much to show he has to be really good. Even if he is, Kittle should be in position to maybe get more targets. And when he gets targets, he has huge games. There are games when they just use him to block, and I think Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco thinks that's hilarious. Just, we can do anything we want. We can get anybody open, and anybody we want at running back will just run through huge holes. It's an easy game. I think he might need Kittle. I love drafting him. A lot of people do. He might need Kittle more in the passing game, and I don't know. If I'm right, and he stays healthy, maybe you get sort of a record-setting tight end season, and that will have people talking. And that award is kind of off. So is the MVP, kind of sometimes maybe seen as a stats award. And voters would love to vote for George Kittle because they want to be able to tell you how much they respect and appreciate his being a more complete player. And then we'll be talking about how good he is in that way, and we'll just push him right up to the top of the list. There it is. Does that sound like 150 to 1? Does that sound like that's worth $20 to win $3,000? I decided that I thought it was. A lot has to go right, but man, what a story it would make. There'd be 2 people that'd be very excited, me and George Kittle, if that were to actually happen. Time out here, and we'll talk some more. 803-0550 if you want to get in under the wire. The Bills roster was made official about 45 minutes ago. No real surprises. Sal has been saying it. He tried to predict the 53, just missed on one guy. And the newsiest piece of it is that Maxwell Hairston goes to IR, that special IR where you can come back after at least 4 games. So it doesn't seem that the Bills are worried about him long term, but it's a really tough result for their first-round pick to have to miss any of this. And it's going to be at least until week 5 when we see him. This is Mike Schopp. I'll be right back. Thanks for listening to WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, I'm right. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, Steve Palazzolo, longtime PFF analyst, now with the 33rd team. Check the Mic with Sam Monson, one of my favorite podcasts that's not fantasy-driven. Just two guys talking football, and both really good at it. Steve, as you may know from just knowing his career or his chats with us over the years, is a former minor league pitcher. He's also super tall. So I'd like to bring up baseball with him. He probably gets tired of it. I don't know. But I do like knowing that he's going to be on tomorrow. I took 10 days off earlier this month, and I remember coming back and feeling like I was gone 5 minutes. It just did not work as a break exactly. I mean, I don't know. A lot of it I was home for. So it wasn't exactly like coming back from Alaska. And this weekend, driving to Louisville and back, that felt like 10 days. I had the opposite effect. I don't know. Today, I got here and like, all right, I got a lot to say. And I really only missed the two shows, Friday and Monday. I mentioned going there and betting on George Kittle to win Offensive Player of the Year. I didn't mention the other bet. I said I made two, and this is kind of funny, I think. I was driving home yesterday, and it's only like maybe 15, 20 minutes in Indiana before you cross one of their many beautiful bridges into Louisville and be in Kentucky. And about 5 minutes away from that bridge, I remembered about the awards betting. Like, too bad I forgot to do that back at the hotel. Like, no, I can just pull over right now. So I did. Like, I'm kind of a two-lane, almost like a highway. And I'm just like, I want to do this one more thing. I'm with Sneaky Joe on it, and that's Prescott for the MVP. Because I think there could be huge numbers there, and it's like 30-1 maybe was that one. And, I mean, he finished second. The year Allen got the one first-place vote when Jackson won, Allen actually finished fifth in that voting, but Aaron Schatz voted him first. And that was kind of the story, that Jackson otherwise would have been a unanimous winner for the second time. But that didn't happen. Still, Prescott came in second. I think Brock Purdy was 3 or 4, and then someone else. But Allen was fifth that year. So Prescott's been that close. And I don't know. I don't know that, voters, I don't know that people really love him as a player. I think he's underrated. And I don't know if I'm right about that or why that would be, but he has his critics. And maybe that gets in my way here, the idea that he could win it. Came close before with Pickens added on. They should throw the ball constantly this year, Dallas, especially if no Micah Parsons, and who knows how that will be resolved. Okay, that'll do it for me, or am I here another hour? I'm good, okay. Tomorrow, Steve Palazzolo. Hope you'll join me at 3 o'clock. This is Mike Schopp on WGR.